Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Le Mans International Karting Circuit here in Pays de la Loire for the finals day of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box overlooking the start-finish line. And a warm welcome to those that are hopefully watching on the 3MK Events YouTube channel. We have plenty of racing action and we crown our 2021 champions here today. 13 races in prospect. 4 tickets to give away for the grand finals in Bahrain this coming 11th to the 18th of December. First up, we will have a set of pre-finals before we really get the business end of the day underway here in Le Mans. So first of all, we will have a set of pre-finals, green flag waves, and it is Minimax up first. Let's have a look at the starting grid for the pre-final. On pole position, having won 3 heats yesterday and taking pole in qualifying, it is Matej Radenkovic. Tom Langlois from France alongside. Romain Roussel and the Netherlands' Mies Huben on row 2. Olivier Schlopek and Mariano Lopez, the Peruvian, on row 3. Max Sidursky and Marcos Silcunas, row 4. Christopher Elfagali and Jules Avril round out the top 10. Paul Crisel, Louis Cochet, Mick Blankenspor, Lisa Billard, Elio Guiter, Nathan Poulain, Alexander Bugonovic, Lorenzo Lanzara, Ryan Burguino and Thomas Rudokas. That completes the top 20. Running out the grid, it's Andy Diaz, Angelina Proenza, Kenyon Washington, Tyrone Kinard, Tino Sidler, Carol Stout, Lenny Nevio Passaggio, Lola Gervais, and Yassine Nadim from Egypt. So the laps increase this time around, 11 for the pre-final, and it is down to Radenkovic and Francis Langlois on the front row. They will be controlling the pace. Well, the wait is finally over, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are ready to go racing here at Le Mans. So, into the final corner they go. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are not racing. First full start of the day. So, our race director, Manuel Blanco, not happy with the formation. And they went into the tram lines a little bit just a few seconds ago. So, another formation lap around the 1.384 kilometer circuit. Current air temperature, 17 degrees Celsius. So the drivers head their way down the back straight once again, and the front row keeping them in a very tidy order there. As always with Rotax Racing Circles, it is a side-by-side dual line formation. So the drivers now heading into the final couple of corners. Radenkovic on pole, Langlois alongside. Right then, second time of asking. Into the tram lines. Revs start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are off and away. And a great start by Roussel, who gets up the inside of Langlois on the start phase. Radenkovic leading the way. Sidursky's already got himself up a couple of positions into P5. Huben's following suit, as it's nearly 2-3 abreast going into turn 4 for the first time. Everyone has made it through thus far, but it is a bit close for comfort in some of the sweeping corners here at Le Mans. So Radenkovic leads. And some overtakes happening a bit further down the order. So at the moment, it is Roussel who now is trying to attack Radenkovic for the lead on the opening lap out of 11. Huben now in fourth ahead of Schlopek from Poland. But we come round to complete lap number 1. Radenkovic leading, Roussel, Langlois, Huben, El Fagali already up from 9th to 5th after the first lap. Lanzada has already made up 4 places, Guilter up 2. They both are rounding out 14th and 13th respectively. But there is a 6-kart train leading the way, and at the back end of it, it is Max Swiderski from the Netherlands. Made significant inroads yesterday, did the young Dutchman, with Polish heritage, hence the surname. And now the slipstream fight, the dogfight happens. Roussel up the inside to now take the lead from Radenkovic on the fast closing edges of lap number 2. Radenkovic goes into the toe. Huben up into third past Langlois, and it looks like El Fagali's got through as well. Roussel leads them on to lap 3. Radenkovic looking towards the inside of the first main corner here at Le Mans, but it was not enough right there for the young Belgian. Huben had a right front puncture when I spoke to him yesterday in Heat 2. And that's why he was signalling to his mechanic, Sophie Lansik. Alexander Bugonovic has made up a couple of places. Lanzada up 4 places. Bugonovic has now got a mechanical black flag. That ends the 1:06's race very early. And that is a real shame. El Fagali has made up 4 places, 5 places up to 4 places up to P5, and is closing on Mies Huben. And there are 3 dogfights happening between the top 6. But now look at Huben as Radenkovic retakes the lead. Roussel hung out to dry. Huben up the inside, and there could have been an opportunity for Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon to get through. El Fagali sets the fastest lap, a 57.754 from the Lebanese driver, who now finds himself in 3rd place, having gotten past Roussel, and Roussel could be the cork in the bottle, and it looks like the floodgates are opening. So they all start getting their head down. They're on the back straightaway here at Le Mans. Into the left, now the right-hander that brings them in as there's been a move. That was Langlois, who started on the front row alongside Radenkovic. Gets past Roussel, so a massive shift in momentum for multiple drivers. Jules April gets up into 9th past Silkonas from Lithuania. But now Huben is leading. El Fagali in 2nd. Radenkovic 3rd. El Fagali goes for the lead, gets the job done on Huben. But this is about conservation, strategy. You've got to look after those tyres because they have very, very limited supply in terms of what they have been provided with. By my understanding, I think it's 1 set of Mojo tyres per competitor. So you have to really eke out the strategy. Radenkovic was quickly looking up the inside of Mies Huben for 2nd place. And Max Swiderski has made his way up behind Roussel as Radenkovic was looking up the inside of Huben there briefly into the hairpin. Huben closes the gap. And now we have 7 karts at the front. Peru's Mariano Lopez has joined the party. Jules Avril sets the fastest lap, 57.668 seconds from the youngster from France. And he's already up 2 places, started 10th, now in 8th. And the dogfight continues onward. We're on lap number 6. Radenkovic looked to the left of Huben just then, but decided to tuck in back behind. But El Fagali from Lebanon leading the way. Huben in second, Radenkovic. That's the top 3. Husel and Huben goes for the lead. Radenkovic goes through. There's Max Sadurski. What a great little move from the young Dutch driver. Now up into 4th. Radenkovic up the inside through turn 4. That was aggressive and calculated. El Fagali looking up the inside through turn 5 and gets the run of momentum that he needs. Buganovic has had a black flag for ignoring the mechanical black flag received a few laps ago. So laps 7 out of 11. Radenkovic back up in front. El Fagali second. Mies Huben. Now Max Sadurski rounds out the top 4 but loses it briefly courtesy of the 105 of Langlois, and all of a sudden a counter-attack, a nicely timed one by Max Sadurski. But the 105 and the 102, oh, that's Roussel and Langlois going side by side into the first corner, and Roussel gets past. So lap 8 out of 11. Radenkovic has a slender lead. It looks like it is being closed by the likes of El Fagali and Huben. Sadurski trying to fight off the advances of Romain Roussel from France. Langlois just behind. Mariano Lopez started 6th, currently rounding out the top 7 ahead of Gilles Avril. And you've got Schlopek and Silkunas that round out the top 10 drivers. Poinsat and Buganovic are out. Buganovic, having had a mechanical black flag, did not probably see it. However, still all to play for, because here we go. Radenkovic versus El Fagali, and again the young Lebanese driver posts the fastest lap of the race, a 57.382 second lap time around the 1.384 kilometre circuit here in Pays de la Loire. Through the hairpin once again, on through the chicane and on to the back straightaway. Radenkovic takes a quick glance over the right, El Fagali over the left shoulder. And they are starting to leave the likes of Mies Huben and Max Sadurski in their wake. 2 laps to go in the Minimax pre-final, and it is a slipstream war of gargantuan proportions, as that was a bit of a touch between Roussel and Huben, and Roussel gets through for 3rd place. But now it's wheel to wheel. It is driver versus driver at the front. A 4-way scrap continuing onward for 3rd place. Kenyon Washington from Germany has made his way from 23rd to 16th. 7 positions gained from the youngster originally from the US, now residing in Germany. So we now wait. I think that's what exactly Christopher El Fagali is doing, because we go on to the last lap out of 11. Gap between first and second was just shy of 0.2. Roussel rounds out the top 3. Sadurski in the meantime has got past Mies Huben for 4th. So we now come to the final stages of the pre-final. One more race after this, and it's for the big one. So through into the chicane, onto the back straightaway for the final time. Some good overtakes being made in the hairpin on the far part of the circuit. But El Fagali has really got to put his front bumper. Oh, he's gone for the lead. He's got it with just 3 corners remaining. But can Radenkovic outdrag him? Don't start celebrating early, Christopher El Fagali. Oh, the winning margin, 44 thousandths of a second. That could have been even longer than that. And Christopher El Fagali not started celebrating out of the final corner. Oh, El Fagali was quickly back on the power, and boy, was that youngster lucky. So, Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon provisionally wins the Mini-Max pre-final here at Le Mans by 44 thousandths of a second ahead. The driver on your screens, Matej Radenkovic. France's Romeo Roussel finishes ahead of Mies Huben and Max Sudersky. Tom Langlois started on the front row alongside Radenkovic, finished in 6th ahead of Olivier Schlopek, Paul Grisel, Marcas Silcunas, with Peru's Mariano Lopez rounding out the top 10. Helio Gilter, Louis Cochet, Lorenzo Lanzara, Nathan Poulain and Kenyon Washington round out the top 15. Andy Diaz, Lisa Biard, Thomas Rudokas, Tyrone Kinard and Jules Avril round out the top 20. Completing the 27 that finished the race, it was Mick Blankensport from the Netherlands, Karel Stout in 22nd from 26, Switzerland's Tino Sidler, Lenny Nevio Passaggio, also a trio of Swiss drivers, even though Karel Stout has a Belgian flag on his race overalls. They round out the top 24. Yassine Nadim from Egypt, Lola Gervais and Ryan Bourguignon complete the 27 drivers that finished the race, and unfortunately a black flag for Alexander Bogdanovic, with Angelina Poinsat retiring on lap number 4. Well, that's one of the 5 pre-finals we've gotten out of the way here at Le Mans. So, very good start to the day. We're in France. So, those wondering at home, what is the timetable? Well, we have got Micromax coming up next, followed by DD2 Masters, DD2, and Junior Rotax. We have 3 senior finals, so we have Final C, Final B. Then we will have those that have qualified for the A final in seniors, they will have their warm-up. So a little bit of a later start for those that have qualified for the grandstand finale. Then this afternoon, we will have a further 6 races to conclude this year's running of the Rotax Max Challenge for the International Trophy, promoted by 3MK Events. So in association with the 2 respective ASNs, the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium and the FFSA. So, after yesterday in micros, Paul Schoen did a clean sweep, the youngster from Switzerland. Ines Vibriantis, also up there from Lithuania. Jensen Chalk had a pretty good run, a 4th, a 5th, and a 2nd, was 3rd in qualifying. I have to give a shout out to Mark Baines, who's here running both Jensen Chalk and Zane Quaker, both in this race. He's got his lucky underpants on as Mark, and I have seen them in person. Yeah, so he's hoping that both Jensen Chalk and also Zane Quaker will have a good day in the office. And they will have 10 laps, which is 13.84 kilometers of racing. Then when we get to the pre-finals for DD2 Masters, DD2 and Juniors, it extends to 14 laps, which is just shy 19.4 kilometers here at this fantastic circuit. So, green flag waves. Here's your starting grid for Micromax pre-final here on finals day at Le Mans. Someone's had a bit of trouble coming off the pre-grid, but starting on pole position, Switzerland's Paul Schoen. Alongside will be Lithuania's Ines Vibriantis. Jensen Chalk from the United Kingdom. Also got Serbia's Uros Bogdanic. Austria's Dragos Avicen Kutai, and the Netherlands' Tom Pappenberg. And at row 3, Vicaselis from France and Majus Mazinas from Lithuania, row 4. The Netherlands' Boris Maximov has Walter Schulz from France alongside completing the top 10. Schulz did a very good job getting to where the number 1 is at the moment on the grid for the pre-final. David Matlak from Serbia, Antoine Crisel, Lithuania's Vanessa Silkonaite, Marcel Zibo from Hungary, Zane Quaker from the United Kingdom, Felix Kiss from Hungary, Simon Borovac and Ivan Simeonova. That is your 18-strong grid for the Micromax pre-final. Paul Schoen has been unfazed and has relatively been driver of the field. But now the qualifying heats are over. The real hard work begins now. Looks like Boris Maximov has not made it to the grid, I think. There's a gap where the Dutch driver would be. So no, he's not making it through, so he's going to be on the back foot in the final. Revs rise. We are off and away. And a good start there by Vibriantis, who's gone nearly wheel to wheel with Paul Schoen going into turn 1 for the first time. Uros Bogdanic has already gotten up into 2nd position from 4th on the grid. Jensen Chalk rounds out the top 3 at the moment as they head to the infield for the first time. Paul Schoen has got the best part of what is nearly 4 to 5 kart lengths of a lead initially. Borovac at the back of the field at the moment as more drivers jockeying for position. Down the back straight away for the first time. Jensen Chalk looking up the inside of Bogdanic for second. The youngster from the United Kingdom. Oh, little bit of a slight sidewall rub there, but he gets through. Across the line they go once again. Dragos Avicii now is in fourth place. Viviantis now down, well, was down in fifth place. But both Viviantis and Papenburg have got past Avisin Kutai from Austria. Lap 2 out of 10, and the gap already is just over 7.5 tenths of a second between first and second position. Paul Schoen already punching a hole through the air. Zane Quaker, Felix Kiss, Yvonne Simeonova have all made up places as Jensen Chalk goes defensive on Uros Bogdanic. That's for second. As Vibriantis looks up the inside of the 18, through into the left and into the right. Paul Schoen leading the way now onto lap number 3. Gap between Paul Schoen and Jensen Chalk was 1.6 seconds. Bogdanic up the inside. There goes Vibriantis. Oh, and hits the back of Bogdanic going through the corner. And then all of a sudden, Papenburg gets through. Jensen Chalk going nearly side by side. Up the inside, gets to P3. Great move from the youngster in the number 11. You can see a little bit of the scars of the wheel rubbing against side pod on the left side pod of Jensen Chalk's kart. Lucasel has already made up some positions, but has dropped down the order. Antoine Crisel up from 12th to 8th place. Borovac up to 13th from 17th on the grid. Walter Schultz race has gone from fairly good to a little bit down in the dumps, I'm afraid. Look at the extended gap Paul Schoen has got. Jensen Chalk is now 2.8 seconds behind. Bogdanic, P3. Papenburg. Majus Mazinas. And his Viviantis now in 8th place. Paul Schoen now just over 6.5 tenths over the 60-second barrier when it comes to lap time of 1 minute, .666 for the young Swiss driver. Jensen Chalk just needs to keep it on the tarmac, needs to probably slightly avoid those curbs there, because that is unsettling the back of the number 11, and that could provide an opportunity for Bogdanic, Papenburg. Mazinas is in there, Sellers is also there. Well, this train for second is fast extending. Oh, a wheel on the grass for Jensen Chalk, but he keeps it all together. And Mazinas gets past Papenburg for fourth. Avisil Kultai battling away with Lucas Els as they come across the line once again. Lead for Paul Schoen now 3.8 as Jensen Chalk is holding on to second like his life depended on it. Little bit of a touch between Papenburg and Mazinas. Papenburg dropping like a stone. As the train is getting longer and longer. Jensen Chalk doing his level best with the machinery under him as we are on lap 5 out of 10. And Avisul Kultai up the inside of Mazinas. And alongside comes Vibriantis, who has got pretty good pace in the number 12. It is a sheer dogfight. Grisel down into 9th. The train behind. Oh, a little bit of a bump between Lucasel and Majus Mazinas, who has dropped out of 4th place. As Bogdanic looking up the inside of Jensen Chalk. Chalk gives enough racing room, looks to make the switch back. On that particular occasion, it does not happen. And, good to hear from Paul and Catherine, who I enjoyed a wonderful barbecue dinner with last night. They're cheering on Paul Schoen at the moment. Good friends with Karel Stout. They're in the same year at school together. So Bogdanic has gone past Jensen Chalk. Here's Dragosław Silkultai. Warning flag from race control to Lucasel from France in the number 5. But now Jensen Chalk comes under the kibosh as there is Austria's Dragosław Silkultai chasing the youngster from the United Kingdom down. But at the moment, Chalk got a good run. Good toe from Uros Bogdanic. Matlak is ahead of Tom Pappenberg from the Netherlands. It's not been a great race from the youngster, from the Dutch youngster, who has dropped down to 10th position. As Lucasel, in the meantime, has got past Dragosław Silkultai for 4th place. And Avi Silkultai returns the favour coolly and calmly through the hairpin. So the gap between first and second, this is the biggest margin Paul Schoen has had all week long. 4.8 seconds to the good. So lap number 7 completed. 3 to go. Chalk in the slipstream of Bogdanic. It's Avi Silkultai. Vibriantis has got back into the party, having had multiple contretemps, and now has made good an intention. But no one, I repeat, no one has been close to Paul Schoen, and Paul Schoen is in cruise control mode right about now. Felix Kiss from Hungary up to 11th position from 16th on the grid. Matlak was 11th, now 8th. As Avi Silkultai looks to the left to see where Vibriantis is. As Jensen Chalk needs to keep it cool and calm. It's the first time Jensen Chalk has ventured out of the United Kingdom to race, and he's getting a steep learning curve in form of a lesson here at Le Mans. Vibriantis up the inside of Avi Silkultai, Maginas, Lucasel and Tom Pappenberg. They round out the top 8. Pappenberg going for 7th through turn 4, but Pappenberg does set the fastest lap. Wasn't the quickest of anybody during this race through any of the 3 sectors, but still hooks it up. It's about consistency through the 3 sectors here. You've got to make sure you know where you can place the cart. We're on the penultimate lap, lap 9 out of 10. And there is Paul Schoen. He's like a primed racehorse, is the young Swiss racer. Blinkers are on, only looking forward, not looking back. Last lap board is out, which gets shown to Paul Schoen as Jensen Chalk goes side by side across the start-finish line and neatly parks it up the inside of Uros Bogdanic. Vibriantis now back into the fray in 4th. And looks like Mazinas, also from Lithuania, rounding out what is the top 5 places. Paul Schoen's about to hit the hairpin. That just shows the gap this youngster has been able to pull all the way through. He's been assisted by the likes of a man that I know through DD2 ranks here in Europe, Switzerland's Jan Schwitter, who is here in person. But it has been a clean sweep. Paul Schoen wins again and is one step away from claiming the champion mantle here at Le Mans. Jensen Chalk, a storming drive from the youngster from Great Britain. Second at the end of the race. Uros Bogdanic takes 3rd ahead of Ainis Vibriantis with Majus Mazinas from Lithuania rounding out the top 5 places. Austria's Dragosavis Silkutai finishes in 6th. Lucasel, Tom Pappenberg, David Matlack and Antoine Grisel rounds out the top 10. Zane Quaker from the United Kingdom managed to get up 4 places to finish in 11th place ahead of Hungary's Felix Kiss. Then we've got Vanessa Silkonaite from Lithuania, Hungary's Marcel Zibo. We've then got Simon Borovac in there, Yvonne Simeonova, the Austrian, who has Bulgarian origins with the surname there. Had a quick chat with her father at the Drivers' Parade last night. Walter Schultz, the last of the classified finishers. Unfortunately, Boris Maximov has to start from the very back after what was a disappointing pre-final where the young Dutch driver did not make it to the grid. So we've had 2 races already this morning, 2 of the pre-finals, 5 in total. Just a quick reminder for those at the circuit, face mask, covering, mandatory at all times. Nous vous rappelons que le port du masque est obligatoire sur tous les sites. So please be advised that it is forbidden up your engines in the paddock. Il est interdit de démarrer les moteurs dans le paddock. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. So next up, we start upping the ante here in France. So being is that the pre-finals was 10 laps for the qualifying heats yesterday. For all pre-finals for every single one of the 3 classes about to go into battle. Also with regards to the B and the, for the C and B finals for senior Rotax, 14 laps. Now after yesterday, it was a bit of a, there was a tale of two, there was 2 different tales within the story that unfolded. Paul Louveau put it on pole position and took the opening 2 races. But then in race 3, in the qualifying heat stages, Cyprus's Dennis Thum, by way of Germany, as I explained that during the driver's presentation yesterday. Had a laugh and a giggle about that this morning. He won heat number 3. Vivien Cusack-Picot and Carl Clébaud round out the top 3. And Louveau had 2 firsts and a 6th place finish. 3 qualifying heats, which puts the newly crowned Euro Trophy champion on pole position. I'm sure that he would love nothing better. It's all the drivers that are from the nation of France. 96 of the 216 drivers from 28 different nations here this week. And I think we had the biggest cheer from them during the driver's presentation. So for those wondering what happened, well, we got everyone to line up on the start-finish straight, and what a sight it was. Gave away 3 Bell Racing hats, racing helmets yesterday, and also we gave away a BRP Rotax Can-Am Riker. So the drivers that actually won the 3 race helmets yesterday were Tony Hogg in this class in the 711. We then had it was Benedek Vida, who was the other. And the third one was the 402 in Senior Rotax, Reese Hunter. And one lucky individual was Junior Rotax driver 240, Aaron Repsik, that won the Can-Am Riker. A big thank you to Helmut Volgersam from BRP Rotax, who is here with us. Had a brief catch up with him yesterday evening. So congratulations to our prize draw winners here at Le Mans for the 3rd running of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. So the green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid. Here we go, DD2 Masters pre-final. Here is your starting grid. It's an all-French front row on home soil, courtesy of Paul Louveau and Vivien Cusack-Picot. Carl Clébaud and Romain Monge ran at the top 2 rows. Poland's Sławomir Malatsky, the local Euro Trophy champion back in 2018, starts on the inside of row 3, alongside would be France's Florian Bourdon. Lithuania's Mikolas Mazinas and Cyprus's Dennis Thum round out the top 4 rows. The UK's Tamsin Germain and France's Rudy Champion ran out the top 10. Champion having a little bit of an incident with Louveau whilst they were battling for the lead, and Champion came off worse, but he starts P10. Expect him to jump up the field. Thierry Dion, Damien Loiseau, François Lefloche, Ronaldo Kremiker, Peter Gutai, Bruno Dos Santos, Tony Hogg, Ricardo Vitorino, Patrick Sarrail and Marwan Nadim. With Lebanon and Egypt being represented in this category. who is going to draw first blood in DD2 Masters? Will Paul Louveau be at the front and be the one with the bullseye on the back of his race overalls come the final later on today? It's time to get this show on the road with DD2 Masters. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are green and racing. And it's a brilliant start from Carl Clervaux, who tries to go up the inside, but Cusack-Picot keeping it pinned round the outside of Louveau through the first hairpin. But Louveau says, oh no, you don't. You've got to do better than that to get past me. Bit of side-by-side action through turn 5 for the first time to the tail end of the field. Moransky already up a position into 4th place. Mazinas has already made inroads. Bruno dos Santos also getting a bit feisty out on track. Lap 1 out of 14. Almost completed and leading the way, Paul Louveau, followed by Cusack-Picot. They're both coming under salvo fire from Moransky from Poland. For third on the road, there is Mikolas Mazinas from Lithuania. Denis Tum is trying to catch them up, and he's bringing along quite a few other drivers for the ride. Looks like Rudy Champion has made up a position. Tamsin Germain has made up 2, up to 7. And Rudy Champion is absolutely, he's on a binge of speed, is the Frenchman. Manages to get his way up the inside of Tamsin Germain through the hairpin. So head into the back straight for the second time out of 14 laps. And oh, nearly a little bit of drama there. Denis Tum round the outside of Mikolas Mazinas. That was inspired, good sir. But then all of a sudden the 724 of Romain Monge goes round the outside on the start-finish straight. Here comes Rudy Champion. Right, battle lines have been drawn in the sand. And this is where, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the show gets bigger, bolder and brasher as we continue our way. Denis Tum up the inside of Romain Monge, retakes the position, and there to capitalise is France's Rudy Champion. The pair now 5th and 6th respectively. But the top 3 starting to break away somewhat. And it's being led by Paul Louveau, but you can be guaranteed and assured Mikolas Mazinas gets a warning flag from race control. Carl Clervaux de Backer, as he's more commonly known in the B&L karting series. He is a baker by trade. Tamsin Germain got a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, there, courtesy of Florian Bourdon from France. It's not been a great week for Tamsin, based out of the United Kingdom. It's sideways there from Reinaldo Kremiger. I think it's probably... Oh, and we've had a spin in the infield, a little bit further back, unfortunately. Ricardo Vitorino lost the back end, but has managed to collect the cart, bring it all back together, get back underway. But the battle for the lead still rages on. The top 2, Louveau and Cusack-Picot. Romain Monge gets a warning flag, a little slap on the wrist for being a bit of a naughty individual, courtesy of race control. There is the 705 of Mikolas Mazinas. There's Romain Monge. There are the 2 leaders. Louveau just a 10th and a half ahead of Cusack-Picot. Rudy Champion up now from 10th into 5th is going purple. Fastest lap, fastest first sector of the race, and he has closed on Poland's Sławomir Moransky into the hairpin. And I would say more than likely, as soon as they get onto the back straightaway, Champion will be looking into the next left-hander to get past the Polish driver. and he gets through. Well, that was a bit of a barnstormer there from Rudy Champion. And Champion currently in the fight for the B&L Karting Series title this year is gunning for a ticket for Bahrain. That's what is on offer for the winner of this class. Also 3 others, Junior, DD2 and Senior Rotax Final A. That's where the tickets are given. The ball has now got a lead, just 0.2 of a second after what has now been just a shade over 5.5 laps. Ball, a little glance over the left shoulder. Isaac Picot still keeping Paul Nouveau very honest. Come out of the final corner once again. Lap 6 out of 14 completed. Neville, Champion goes fastest again. As look, there's dog bites all over the place. As that was sideways in the braking zone. That was Florian Bourdon, if I'm very much mistaken. Rudy Champion, fastest of anybody. And it's now closing on Carl Clerbault. Now these two battled for the title of the B&L Karting Series last season. Rudy Champion came out on top. A shortened campaign due to the pandemic. Champion, again, this seems to be a real good spot for Rudy Champion because once he's in clean air, he's going to start hunting down the 2 in front. And there he goes, up the inside, neatly done. Exactly the same textbook maneuver he did on Slavomir Moransky on the previous lap. A motivated, hungry drive from Rudy Champion puts him now P3, having started down in 10th position. So 7 places gained. So for those watching at home, if you haven't already, you need to keep your eyes on the live timing and see what Rudy Champion has been doing. Carl Clerbault sets a personal best in Sector 1. And one of the good things about this circuit is on the main straight, and also the back straightaway on the far part of the circuit, you can get a pretty good toe down those straights, and it can give you an additional 3 to 5 tenths of a second in terms of pace. Now, Isaac Picot is now closing. Look, there you see the slipstream starting to engage. But Nouveau is parking the car exactly where it is required. Not giving an opportunity for Isaac Picot. Champion again. Fastest lap. He is on a mission. That now, looking at the last lap, he took nearly 3/10 out of Cusack Picot on that last lap alone. That is incredible pace in clean air and with a target to motivate you in front. Rudy Champion has become inspired. So lap 9 completed. We have 5 laps to go, including this one. Moransky battling away with Romain Monge. Moransky in 4th, Monge in 5th. Rudy Champion's put it into the high 52.9s. My goodness. And the 2 in front knows that he's coming like a freight train. As Champion makes it now a 3-way scrap for the victory into the DD2 Masters pre-final. I cannot believe what I've just seen on the live timing. He's taken over 6.5 tenths out of Vivien Cusack-Picot, who knows Champion's there. Champion goes for 2nd and gets it. And now the person that has to be worried is our leader. Lap 10 out of 14 completed, 4 to go, including this one. Champion has been relentless, ruthless, filled with fire, brimstone and vinegar. The 7:03 from France, from Piquet's Competition, has been on a rampage. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. Does Rudy Champion pull the trigger? It looks like it might be happening now. Louveau looks to the left. There goes Champion up the inside to take the lead on lap 14, but Louveau not giving any quarter there. Stays in the slipstream. Now it's one thing to be the hunter. It's another thing when you're the hunted. Louveau retaliates up the inside. Champion shuts the door firmly. Cusack-Picot is in the mix, but Champion starting to try and pull away from Paul Louveau. It's a trio of Frenchmen at the front of the field, and we still have just over 2 laps to go. Unfortunately, Riccardo Vittorino has parked the car, I'm afraid, on lap number 7. It becomes the first retirement out of 20 in the pre-final. Rudy Champion will come across the line to lead another lap. Lap 12 completed. 2 to go. Champion's lead over Louveau, just a fraction over 0.2 of a second. So 11 minutes of racing completed so far. Rudy Champion has brought DD2 Masters well and truly alive. A disappointment in the final heat after an incident between himself and Paul Louveau. But you know what? Rudy Champion has let his talking be done on the track. Down the back straightaway. Louveau in the slipstream. Through into the left. Now into the right. Last lap 4 being shown. It's been a stormer for Rudy Champion. Looks over his left shoulder, sees where Louveau is. And look, it's a 3-way drag. Cole Clébaut in the middle. Dennis Thum trying to go up the inside. And Dennis Thum, oh, that was close. I think there was a little bit of a drama, possibly with Romain Mange in the 724 there. Dennis Thum went for it, and he gave it all guns blazing. This time around, the checkered flag will be prepared, but it has been a calculated, ruthless, strategic call that Rudy Champion has played to perfection, despite the dramas of yesterday afternoon. But he's been on full song, full of joie de vivre, and round out of the final corner, Rudy Champion from 10th wins the pre-final. The DD2 Masters, and Cusack-Picot puts Louveau on the back foot. The win was taken by a margin of 0.967 seconds. So Rudy Champion wins the pre-final ahead of Vivien Cusack-Picot. Paul Louveau rounds out the top 3, followed by Slavomir Baransky and Dennis Thum. Nicolas Mazinas, Carl Clébaut, Romain Mange, François Lecloche and Florian Bourdon rounds out the top 10. Naldo Gremiga, Bruno Dos Santos, Tamsin Germain, Thierry de Jong, Tony Hogg round out the top 15 ahead of Damien Loiseau, Patrick Soral, Peter Giotai and Marwan Nadim from Egypt, being the last of the 19 classified finishers, with France's Riccardo Vittorino unfortunately retiring at the halfway point of the race. So very shortly, we will get things underway with our pre-final, third out of the fourth out of 5. It's time for DD2. After the intermediate classification was decided yesterday, it has been France's Antoine Babarou that has been the class of the field. A clean sweep thus far, with pole in qualifying practice and 3 qualifying heat victories. Kasper Bielecki, Daniel Mahacek, Nicolas Picot, DJ Liveris, I spoke to earlier. So happy that he's now on the inside of row number 3. Let's have a look at the starting grid for DD2 pre-final here at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. So, front row, pole position, Antoine Babarou, Kasper Bielecki alongside, Daniel Mahacek and Nicolas Picot on row 2, Ulisses Liveris and Maxime Marion, row 3, Charles Seguin and Kylian Gerhardt, row 4, Chris Siders and Mick Knowlton, rounding out the top 10. David Maslakovic, Zendarua, row 6, Luca Moreretto and Nicolas Cranes, row 7, Alexis Coursault and Aymeric Gerhardt, row 8. Anthony Millet and Marcel Heisenberger, row 9, and completing the top 20, Nico Jörg, Johan Adolfsson, Matic Komanic, Louis Buell, Jan Frost, Jesse Spons, Anshul Gandhi, Christopher Najim, who I actually was catching up with this morning when we were waiting to have our PCR test to travel homeward today. Round out row 13, row 14, Clement Daniel and Kasper Siemiatkowski, Antoine François, Cornelia Olkuka, Philip Loaka and Martinas Tankevicius. Round out the 32 strong. Another 14 laps in prospect, but we've got someone that is trying to work out to get the kart running again. Looks to be the 618 Alexis Coursault from France. Dramas, and it looks like the kart might have gotten going again and will be able to retake the position. That will be, so Coursault, 15th, the inside of row number 8. So Coursault gets back into position. 14 laps await. Into the tram lines we trundle. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are off and away. And a brilliant start. Bielecki from the front row ahead of Babarou as they go into turn 1. Liveris drops a couple of positions. And Maxime Marion up into 4th place behind Nicolas Picot. Mick Knowlton trying to make up a few positions in the process. Looks to be round about either holding station or round about 8th or 9th place as they go through the infield section 2 by 2 at the back end of the field a little bit there. But Bielecki gets the whole shot on the start, timed it to perfection. Drivers going side by side into the hairpin, but Babarou in the slipstream of Bielecki as Picot defends from Maxime Marion. They're squabbling, and that's going to give the opportunity to those behind. Mahacek down in 5th place, Liveris down into 7th. Behind, well, look at the rocket ship start from Zendarua from Slovenia. He said, yeah, I had a bad quali. The thing is, I'm going to make it count. Well, boy, isn't he doing that right now as there's a battle for third. Marion up the inside of Picot. Mahacek now gets through. And then it's Darua trying to factor in Liveris waiting in the wings, like Shere Khan in the Jungle Book. But Bielecki leads the field, as I think that might be that Picot has dropped down a position. Marion now behind Mahacek. Back up to 3rd goes the Austrian. Nicolas Cranes gets past Kylian Gerhardt for 8th, so the German up 6 places to 8th position and climbing. 78 thousandths was the margin between the top 2 as Maxime Marion looks up the inside of Daniel Mahacek going through the left-hand kink after crossing the start-finish line. Lap 3 out of 14. The whole field separated by just a shade under 8.7 seconds. There are your two leaders, Bielecki and Babarou. Mahacek versus Marion. As Zen de Rua looks to try and get past Nicolas Picot, and I think, yes, the move's been done. That's an incredible run of pace from 12th to 5th in just under 3 laps. De Rua just like taking a leap and taking a page out of the book of Rudy Champion as Babarou goes up the inside towards the first main corner on Bielecki, but Bielecki stays resolute, stays in front. And now it's down to the two behind. Oh, there's been a touch! Oh, there's been a touch, and who is that off the circuit? That is Dionysis Liveris, the Greek driver, hits trouble with a little bit of a touch. I might think that could have been a little bit of wheel clashing with Niklas Krenz, but it was rather rapid and rather sudden. As Mick Knowlton is getting his elbows out, it's no longer drive to survive, it's go for broke. So Mick Knowlton started in 10th, now rounding out the top 8. Nicolas Picot's been given a warning flag from race control. Top 2 separated by 58 thousandths in terms of the margin between them after 4 laps. Lap number 5 out of 14. The leaders line astern. Zen de Rua rounding out the top 5. Having started in 12th. Charles Seguin is with, and there goes Babarou up the inside of Bielecki for the lead through the hairpin on lap number 5 out of 14. Mahacek is closing down on them. If anyone's got the Jaws music right now, it might be well and truly appreciated. However, Mahacek now brings himself into the fray. Into the battle zone, the Austrian goes. So it's France leading Poland, leading Austria. In terms of the nationalities, 28 represented here this week in Le Mans. Mahacek has now got past Bielecki, and just behind the Polish driver in the 626, Maxime Marion joins the fray. On to lap 7 we go. Babarou leads. Mahacek in the bump draft. Going into the first main corner through the hairpin. Sweeping a little bit to the right. I think to the right. Mahacek goes for the lead. Oh, bumps the curbs, unsettles the back end, and nearly gave an opportunity for Babarou to get back up the inside through turn 5 to retake the lead. Nico Jörg from Austria down in 16th position. And has made up 3 places. Christopher Lejeune from Lebanon, who actually is part German as well. I found that out this morning. You learn something new every day. Lead has changed again. Bielecki back in front. Mahacek now goes and asserts himself up the inside. Retakes the lead through the left-hander off the back straight away. It's now all or nothing. You've got to put it on the line, but you've got to be in a conservation type mode. You don't want to push the tyres too hard. As Bielecki looks up the inside of Mahacek, Babarou looks up the inside of Bielecki, and Maxime Marion has got the ringside seat. Bielecki back up the inside, retakes the lead. Babarou tries to force the door open up the inside of Mahacek through the next right-hander, gets through, and so does Maxime Marion. Well, oh my, what a set of manoeuvres there. Great close quarter, respectful racing between the top 4, but watch out behind, because here comes the cavalry. Nicolas Picot and Zen de Rua. De Rua started 12th. He was down
outside of the top 20 after qualifying, made significant inroads in the heats. Zendarua actually qualified 25th. Babahu goes for the lead on Bialecki into the next left-hander. Hits the curb, unsettles the back left, but manages to catch it. And David Maslakovic from Poland sets the fastest lap. We're into the 52.5s, the high 52.5s. 5.90 to be precise from the 6.05 from Poland. Charles Seguin and Niklas Grens are also closing in. Pico up the inside. That is for fourth place. Zendarua trying to force a window of opportunity. Has the Slovenian made it count? It has! As Babahu up the inside of Bialecki to retake the lead as we fast approach the conclusion of lap number 9. Oh, they're putting on a show out there, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Babahu back in the lead. Bialecki and Mahacek line astern. It's single file as you were. So lap 10 out of 14. Distance 3 more to go after this one. Babahu looking to make it a clean sweep and having the biggest amounts of confidence going into the final this afternoon. Babahu has got a little bit of distance between himself and Bialecki. Bialecki will not give up. Neither will Mahacek. Lap 10 completed. On to lap 11. Rounding out the top 10, it is Pico, Derua, Marion, Seguin, Grens, Guerra and Maslakovic. Liberis has started fighting back. The Greek Minotaur, as I more commonly call him, whenever I've seen him in Euro Trophy or the BNL, this is his only opportunity to get a ticket for Bahrain. Mahacek up the inside of Bialecki through the hairpin on the far part of the circuit as they go through the chicane. Now the hunt begins. He does the old pink tap gesture on the right hand side of his visor. Takes a look over the right hand shoulder to see Bialecki. Well, the top 15 rounded out by Liberis, Luca Modoretto, Nico Jog, Marcel Heisenberger and Alexis Courceau, who had dramas on the formation lap but managed to get the kart back into grid position, is allowed to do so. Lap 12 out of 14 as the sun brings warmth and temperature to the circuit here at Le Mans. Still 17 degrees. There is a breeze in the air. Not too dissimilar to what we had yesterday morning. But now the top two have broken away. Bialecki seems to be dropping off the bubble, so to speak. So lap 12 completed, 2 to go. Babahu leading by just under a tenth and a half. Zendarua coming under fire from the 628 of Francis Maxime Marion. Mahacek closing on Babahu for the lead. Staying in the wheel tracks. Mahacek fastest of everybody. 52.420. Next time around it will be the 14th and final lap of the race. It has been a war out there. The grenades have had the pins pulled and they've been thrown in any unilateral direction here at the circuit, but Babahu will have to hold on because I know Mahacek very, very well indeed, and you can't keep that Austrian away. If he gets a sniff of an opportunity, he's going to take it. Last lap board is out. Mahacek 82 thousandths behind, right in the slipstream. Not deciding to make the move yet, coming out of the hairpin into the left right-hand kink. Takes a look over the right shoulder through turn 4. Now into the next right-hander at 5. Into the sweeping S's, into 6. Now into 7. If Mahacek wants to have an attack at Babahu, it's got to be on the back straight away and into the left-hander. Into the hairpin we go for the final time. Mahacek sizing up. He's now strategically putting his cart where he needs to. Onto the back straight for the final time. One more right-hander, then two lefts. But Mahacek is doing the strategic call, leaving it all until the final. But Antoine Babahoul continues a 100% success rate here at Le Mans, winning by 0.133 of a second. Ahead of Kasper Bielecki, who was in contention for the victory. Nicolas Picot and Zendrua ran out the top 5. Maxime Marion and Nicolas Graves ran out the top 7. The latter making up 7 places from 14 on the grid. Charles Seguin, David Maslakovic, Vinicius Liberis ran out the top 10, followed by Luca Mureretto, Kylian Guérin, Nico Yod, Alexis Courceau, Marcel Heisenberger, and Christopher Nagé making up 10 places. Started 26th, finished 16th. Anthony Millet, Kasper Siemiatkowski also made up 10 places, finishing in 18th. Ahead of Philip Loacker, who made up the most places from 31st to 19th, with Louis Buell rounding out the top 20. Anshul Gandhi, Johan Andersson, Matic Kolmanic, Amahik Guerra, Clement Daniel, Cornelia Olkuka, Chris Siders, Martina Stankiewicz, Antoine Francois and Jan Frost being the last of the 30 drivers that finished the race. An unfortunate couple of retirements for Mick Knowlton with 6 laps in the books. And Jesse Spans, also from the Netherlands, retiring on lap number 4. As always, just a reminder for the paddock, face mask or covering is mandatory at the circuit. Attention, s'il vous plaît, nous vous rappelons que le porte-masque est obligatoire sur tout le site. Right, junior road tax. Let's have a look at the pre-final starting grid. Belgium's Kai Helix is on pole position. Theo Blanc from France alongside. Then it's Germany and the Netherlands with Fahin Mega and Matthias Turlo. Adam Klepsik and David Aldinger from Hungary and Poland respectively, row 3. Joprien Felt and Jules Roussel ran out the top 4 rows ahead of Alexander Shelton and Karol Kaminski. Maynard Krozer, Colin Vajny, Kevin Horst, Alan Lawfrey, Nick Trobeck, Austin Lee, Nando Weichselbaumer, Maxim Sitroko, Baptiste Levesek, the Black Panther. Kazi Motlika is in the mix, rounds out the top 20. Karl Schultz, Jed Gourrier, Valentin Hervas, Lars Venink, Vanya Jovanovic, Kimi Merio, Alvin Saint, Philippe Armand Caras, Federico Strazzari, Jean-Paul Caras, and then we have Mevin Kishinama, Music Mark, Olivier Jonkers, and Alexandru Volta. Belgium and Romania rounding out the 34-strong grid. Okay, 14 laps on this particular occasion. And I did have a chat with Kai Rilitz this morning. He did say, yeah, you've really got to you've got to know when to push and when not to push. It's conservation here at Le Mans. With a single set of tyres, that is not easy. However, the sunshine is beaming all over the 1.384 kilometre circuit. We are in the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green, and they go, and off into the first corner. And it's a line astern from Kai Hillertz and Fahin Mega. Theo Blanc, Matthias Turlo and Alan Klepsik, the young Hungarian who won the Can-Am Riker yesterday evening. Congratulations to him. Oh, a little bit of a cheeky move there from Theo Blanc up the inside of Fahin Mega to take second position. Hillertz is leading the way. All 34 drivers have so far, and I stress that, so far, have made it through. It is 2 by 2 through the hairpin that leads onto the back straightaway. But now Theo Blanc trying to close in on Kai Hillertz. Lap 1 out of 14 completed. Lead is just a shade under 0.3 of a second. Behind Mega in third. There's Adam Pepsic ahead of Matthijs Turlo from the Netherlands. Alexander Shelton has springboarded his way up from 9th to 6th. The young Latvian, who incidentally was the youngest of the Minimax drivers at the Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy in October 2019, and his birthday was a month before the Grand Finals that year. But now, he's running as a junior. He has made a pretty good account of himself this week. So we're about to complete lap 2 out of 14. Warning flag for Poland's Colin Ważny. Peel Black closing on Kai Wille. Sparhin Mega has the fastest lap of the race at 55.919 seconds. Circumnavigation circuit here at Le Mans. The other drivers have made up some positions. Austin Lee up 2 places. Youngster, originally from Portland, Oregon, now based out of Weisendorf in Germany. Up to what is now 15th. Well, he's 14th on the road. He's actually down to 15th because the 2:36 of Alain Lanfray is a couple of places ahead. Actually, Devian Ross has got past the 2:36. There are your top 3. Kai Wille, Theo Blanc, and Farin Mega. Belgium leads France, leads Germany. Alexander Shelton has got past Matthijs Turlo, the young Latvian again. He had a disaster. He had an incident that took him off the circuit, and he went rally crossing like Andreas Bakkerud. David Outlander rounds out the top 7. Normally based out of South Wales, not too far from Llanfair circuit. Not too far from the home, well, not too far from Barry, where my good friend, Mr. Henry Brodette, currently resides in the United Kingdom. So, Willett's leads. Last time around, it was just under 3.5 tenths of a second between the trio. But Willett's looks to be extending the gap slightly. Just over 0.26. Last time around, Theo Blanc has closed it high, about 15 thousandths. The battle of what is effectively 5th position is being led by Alexander Shelton. He's got the hard-charging Dutch driver in the form of Matthijs Turlo, who's now managed to get through. Oh, now someone's lost the front bumper. Oh, that must be Jules Roussel in the 224. That's going to bring out a mechanical black flag already. So, someone's lost the front bumper and is going to get a mechanical black flag, I'm afraid. Looks to be Jules Roussel in the 224. Abedner was alongside, and there is Job Riepel, who has just gotten past. Now, when you lose that front bumper, you do not have any assistance in aerodynamics, and you instantly get the mechanical black flag. So Jules Roussel will have to park the kart, and Roussel will have to start from the back of the grid for the final. A real shame for Jules Roussel, who qualified 8th for the pre-final through the qualifying heat stages over the past couple of days. But it is pretty much even Steven at the front of the field. The top 3 going on about the business at hand. Now, one of the things that I would say here, that sometimes I have been proved wrong, I'll be completely honest, is the fact that they go, just be safe, get in a good position for the car. Well, no racing drivers ever going to listen to that, are they? There's Job Riepel. Closing in on Poland's David Outlander. Good to catch up with his dad over the course of the week so far. Colin Ważny also from the same awning. Fastest lap from Ważny, who currently sits in 11th position. So Jules Roussel has quickly obliged with the mechanical black flag. 2-2-4 from France will be completely disappointed, I'm assured of that. As nice move there by Farin Mega. He now gets up into second. Lap 8 out of 14. Theo Black gives a little bit of a slight assist there to Farin Mega. Sometimes with the slightest of touches you can unsettle the kart in front, and sometimes it can be to your detriment. You can accidentally give a little bit of a, well, I wouldn't call it fan boost like they have or attack mode in Formula E, but it gives it a little bit of a nudge forward. So maybe gives you an extra kilometre an hour or two of pace just by that welcome assist. Kai Felix now starting to open up a gap. Just over half a second. Mega from Germany has qualified and also won a grand finals before back in 2018. He switched to juniors. The last 2 years have been very character-building for Mega. Switched teams for 2021. JJ Racing. Matti Sturlo now puts in the fastest lap of the race. Has gotten past Alexander Shelton from Latvia. Felix continues to extend the gap at the front as they come through into the final double left-hander here at Le Mans. Lap 9 is completed. Gap between first and second is the shade over 2 tenths. Karol Kaminsky and Colin Bajny have been making some inroads, but Debian Host, who has put some fastest laps in the race thus far, but now it turns to the attention of Kai Felix. Youngster from Belgium, 54.076. He has had further retirement, not just Jules Roussel with a missing front bumper. Now Alvin Satt in the 258, so down to 32 drivers as we are on lap number 10 out of 14 here at Le Mans. See some of the JJ Racing crew just off of where the pit boxes are, just below the commentary box, where we have race control and timekeeping. Theo Black keeping Farin Mega very, very honest indeed. Farin Mega goes into 53.8, so 53.872 for the young German. Olivier Jonkers, who started 33rd out to 22nd position. Gazi Motlikov from Mozambique. Oh, there's a move from Theo Blanc. That wasn't Theo Blanc, that was Aaron Krepsik, my apologies there. Through into the hairpin on Mathis Turlo. And Mathis Turlo still stays ahead. Krepsik used a little bit of curb there on the inside of the hairpin. Just to try and force the door open without having any undue contact with Nemanja Jovanovic gets a slap on the wrist, a black and white warning flag from race control. Lap number 12 out of 14. 2 to go after this one. Felix puts another fastest lap in. 53.779 for the young Belgian. And the 274 normally runs as the 272. Numbers mixed up there. Normally runs as the 274 in the B&L Karting Series and the Euro Trophy. But running in the 272 here this week in Le Mans. Leaders now heading down the back straightaway. And the gap now is about 0.6 of a second between Kai Felix, Farin Mega, Theo Blanc, nearly a further half a second adrift. Look at the gap they've got between them and Mathis Turlo, who's battling away with Alexander Shelton, Adam Krepsik, and Mehmet Kroza, to name but a few. Oh, Kroza's on the back bumper of Shelton. Shelton's looking up the inside of Turlo, who has been passed by Krepsik. and Turlo has no other alternative. Oh, runs a little bit wide coming out of the hairpin, and then all of a sudden Maynard Crozer gets through as well. So Mathis Turlo drops down from 5th to 7th at the snap of her fingers. Job Friedfeld, Karol Kaminski and David Almeida rounds out the top 10. Next time around, it is the final lap ball. Wielert with 2 victories yesterday. Bahrain Mega, a win in qualifying Heat 2. Wielert gets the sign he needs. Final lap of the pre-final for Junior Rotax. He has a commanding 8/10 of a second advantage. As Maynard Crozer gets a bit argy-bargy with Alexander Shelton and gets through on the Latvian. Theo Blatt in 3rd is the fastest driver out on the circuit with 1 lap remaining. 53.717 seconds for the French driver in the 2:30. Leader now goes down the back straight for the final time and takes a good long look over the left shoulder. Checkered flag is being prepared because going into the final, Kai Wielert has the advantage. He wins again here in Le Mans. Bahrain Mega and Theo Blatt. Keep your eyes on them this afternoon. Not to forget Aaron Krebsik, Maynard Crozer, Alexander Shelton, Mathis Turlo. Good showing from Job Friedfeld. Despite having started in 7th position, finished in 8th. David Alteigner and Colin Vajny rounds out the top 10 positions. Running out 11th to 20th, Fabian Ross, Carol Schultz, Nick Robeck, Aaron Lonfray, Gazi Motlika. Valentin Hervat, Austin Lee finishes in 17th position ahead of Nemanja Jovanovic, Jed Gourier and Olivier Jonkers, who has the most positions gained in this race, provisionally 13 in total. Maxime Shosturko, Kimi Mario, Philippe Armand Caras, Nando Weichselbaumer, Federico Strazzari, Mevin Kishinama, Jean-Paul Caras, Alexandru Volta, Lars Venning, and music mark with Baptiste Levezac rounding out the 31 that finished. No finishes, unfortunately. Penultimate lap for Karol Kaminski from Poland. Alvin Satt with 7 laps to go, and with 9 laps to go, Jules Roussel with a missing front bumper.
a lot of tourists come to the forest. Yeah. No, I think
So we actually go to the first set of trophies that will be decided here at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. First up we'll have Senior Rotax Final C, 9 drivers, 8 from France and 1 from Romania. So the bottom 9 out of the 82 following from intermediate classification after yesterday's qualifying heats decided. 36 in Senior Rotax Final B. Top 36 that have qualified for the A final have to wait until the last race this afternoon. So the green flag waves. Here it is, Senior Rotax Final C. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Pole position will go to the 503 of Lina Richard. And it's the 446 of Gauthier Brochard on the front row. Louis Montecoral in the 410, Jordan Lavoie in the 416, that is row 2. Romania's Theodore Nicoara in the 429 has Francis Maximilien Menu in the 418 alongside. Rounding out the 9-strong grid, Marcel Lepuy, Antoine Vier and Gabin Desau. That is the 9-strong grid. 14 laps of racing. So, track has become slightly overcast at the moment, but still 17 degrees air temperature here at Le Mans. So Hichard and Rochard on the front row. 14 laps in prospect. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are green. We are off and away as they head to turn one for the first time. A bit of side-by-side action. Someone getting a bit audacious, going a bit off track through the exit of the hairpin. It's three abreast going in to what is fourth position into turn four for the first time of asking. Linia Richard leading the way as they go through the S-bends. Louis Montecoral in second. Gauthier Brochard rounding out the top three thus far. A bit squirrely under brakes for Jordan Lavoie in the 4:16, and Lavoie gets a warning flag. As Brochard looks towards the inside of Montecoral. Lap one about to be completed. It's side by side for the lead. Montecoral looking to the inside line, gets the job done. Now takes the lead on the beginning of lap number two. Linia Richard looking towards the right into turn four. Oh, little bit of a slight touch there, and that's going to allow the likes of Gauthier Brochard and Maximilien Menu, who now joins the back end of the four-car scrap for the lead. Menu now up from 6th to 4th. Jordan Lavoie. Oh, and there is another change because it looks like Brochard has lost out to Menu in the process. Brochard actually stays in third place. That is Jordan Lavoie that has got past Menu, I believe. And then we've got the 4:29, the Theodore Nicoara. Across the line once again, side by side, a little bit further down the order. But Montecoral, oh, little bit of a moment there as we see that someone has made up a couple of positions. That is the 4:48 of Marceau Lecuy, who started in 7th position, now looks to be in 5th place. We now head on to the back straightaway, lap number 3 out of 14. Maximilien Menu going purple in the first and second sectors. Looks to be a pretty good lap for the 4:18, circulating in 4th position. Montecoral continues to lead after 3 laps, on to lap number 4. Brochard looking at Richard for 2nd position. Brochard will look to be in contention, but keep your eyes. Maximilien Menu, 53.707 seconds, the fastest lap of the race thus far after just 3 circulations of the circuit. A total distance of 19.376 kilometers will be covered as Montecoral starting to pull away from Linia Richard. Gauthier Brochard and Maximilien Menu rounds out the top 4. Marceau Lecuy rounding out the top 5. Fastest in sector 1 of anybody. Jordan Lavoie fastest in sector 2, but Lecuy again, another fastest lap. 53.641 seconds. As oh, there was a little look up the inside of Linia Richard, courtesy of Gauthier Brochard, but Brochard gets pulled into the clutches of Maximilien Menu, and there is Marceau Lecuy, very much with them, bumped their way through. Change for what is now 3rd place. Looks like we still have the 4:46. Gauthier Brochard. There goes Menu up the inside through the left-hander on the back straightaway, and here comes Lecuy, who now manages to get through. So Brochard drops to 3rd, from 3rd to 5th, the drop of a hat. Monticocal leading the way still as we head on to lap 6. A little bit of a switchback here from Le Puy up the inside of Menu. Le Puy up now from 7th to 3rd on the road, so a trophy has one hand on it. 2 drivers out front, each have a hand on a trophy, but is it going to be the first or second step of the podium? Monticocal has a lead, and it is just shy of 0.6 of a second. The change this time for 3rd, Maximilien Menu past Marcel Le Puy and Gauthier Brochard and Jordan Lavoie, standing at the top 6. Le Puy looks to the outside, that opens the door for Brochard, who forces the opening wider than it should have normally been. Julien Richard puts the fastest first sector of anybody in the race in so far, 15.732. The gap now drops to just over 0.4 of a second. Some more great battling happening at the moment because Jordan Lavoie is trying to close on the driver in front, which just so happens to be Marcel Le Puy in the 4.48. Le Puy looking up the inside of Brochard once again, this time for 4th. Lavoie getting into the toe. Julien Richard sets the fastest lap of the race. 3.492 seconds from the 5.03. Maximilien Menu trying to surge forward. 15.694 seconds in the first sector. Fastest of anybody. Lap number 8 out of 14. We are on. Lavoie waiting in the wings. See if 4th is on the cards. That's audacious from Le Puy, looking to the outside. That's opened the door. Oh! Oh no! Jordan Lavoie comes into stride, trying to go up the inside of Le Puy, and Lavoie is very much not going to be happy. Starts back up again and tumbles down the order. Up until that point, Jordan Lavoie was setting fastest lap after fastest lap, but the driver doing so now is Maximilien Menu. 53.347 second lap time last time around when we completed lap number 8. Lap 9 now over and done with. Gap between Monticocal and Richard now is just 0.3 of a second. Maximilien Menu again sets another fastest lap. He's starting to close in on those in front. Took over 1.5 out of Julien Richard on that previous lap. Lap 10 out of 14. Leaders down the back straight away. Maximilien Menu again goes fastest of anybody in sector number 2. Now on to lap 11. Gap just under 0.4 between first and second, but Maximilien Menu is close. Another fastest lap from the 4.18. 53.155 seconds for Menu. Great turn of pace. Menu started 6th, now is 3rd. But when will it happen? When will Menu go for second position? Get a good run onto the back straightaway. That could be your ticket. Into the left-hander, now into the right before the final couple of left-handers. There we go, onto lap 12. 3 to go in, losing this one. Lap 12, into lap 13 very shortly for Maximilien Menu. Hard on the brakes. And oh, that's a great little switchback. Up the inside of Linia Richard into turn 4. Goes Maximilien Menu, and the change for second has happened. Louis Montecocal leads the way by about 6.5 tenths. Laps and time are fast running out for Maximilien Menu. Can the 4:18 close the gap? It extends to just over 7.5 tenths. So on to lap number 13 out of 14. Right now 7 tenths between first and second. And the interesting thing is that Louis Montecocal goes fastest in the second sector. So all 9 drivers, I believe, are still circulating. Into the hairpin once more we go through the chicane on to the back straightaway. Montecocal gets the head down to make that kart as aerodynamically efficient as possible. Last lap board for the Senior Rotax C final underway. And Maximilien Menu has got the gap down by well over half, just over 0.3 of a second separates, but look at the slipstream. Menu is gunning for Montecocal on the final lap of the race. Through into 6, into 7, up towards the chicane that puts them onto the hairpin, that leads them onto the back straightaway for the final time. Gabin Desert unfortunately out with 3 laps to go, I'm afraid, so 8 will make it to the flag. But here we go. Menu on the offensive. Montecocal defending like crazy. But out of the final corner, it looks like it could be a drag race to the finish. But winning the Senior Rotax C final here at Le Mans, it's Louis Montecocal that takes the C final by 95 thousandths of a second. What a spirited drive also from Maximilien Menu. Linia Richard was in the mix and rounds out the top 3. Gauthier Brochard, Marcel Lecuy, Antoine Vieille, Jordan Lebois. Lebois could have been in the mix had it not been for that incident a bit earlier on. Finishes in 7th, but Theodore Nicoara from Romania is the 8th and final classified driver in that race. Unfortunately, a retirement with 3 laps to go for France's Gabin Desert in the 4:01. But your winner here at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy for the C final for Senior Rotax, it is France's Louis Montecocal, winning by just under 1/10 of a second. Just a quick announcement to the paddock. As a reminder, a face mask or covering is mandatory at the circuit. Nous rappelons que le porte-masque est obligatoire sur tout le site. It's forbidden to also warm up your engines in the paddock under current CIK FIA regulations. Attention s'il vous plaît, il est interdit de démarrer les moteurs dans le paddock. Merci beaucoup, thank you. So for those watching at home, there are 36 senior road tax drivers for the penultimate final of this class. 82 drivers came into this weekend. Now they get waved through. Here we go. It is going to be a case of who is going to start where. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So, Pierre-Louis and Junior Jonsson, France and Sweden on the front row. Ryan Hamida-Sudi and Axel Laflamme on row 2. Tom Hubel and Sven Rudenberg, row 3. André Primoul and Pierre Vignevic, row 4. Benedek Vida and Eva Mondou rounding out the top 10. And Dylan Leger, Romain Andriolo, row 6. Maxime Scordino and Ega Pierre, row 7. Palas Jurancic and Theo Iaquinta, row 8. Anthony Duke and Marcelo Begnon-Parod, Luca Thiel and Benoit Tordema round out the top 20. Completing the 36 strong, it's Valentin Lumet, Rashid Ghanem, Giuseppe Forenzi, Yashtram Jankan, Jérôme Suave, Flint Schuring, Badouin Mounier, Enzo Dagnou, Marc Florence, Arthur Robin, Sem Van Thiel, Antoine Antier, Nicolas Chesneau, Baptiste Schneider, Sasha Klavedecha, and 36th, but by no means last or least, Netherlands, Jordi van der Eyck. So here we go, 14 laps in prospect. And then we go to the big one. Right, 14 laps. All 36 drivers now in formation. It's Fleury and Jonsson that will control the pace. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Let's race! And a great start already by Junior Jonsson. Axel Laflamme going around the outside trying to go for P2. He started 4th on the grid. Oh, there's been a little bit of calamity behind. Drivers going off the circuit. There has been, oh, we've got a cart flipped over. A cart flipped over. Driver quickly out from underneath, thank goodness. And if I'm going to say, oh, someone's lost a wheel. Someone's lost the wheel off of turn 4, but the battle at the front of the field. Junior Jonsson battling away with Axel Laflamme. Laflamme going round the outside of the hairpin, and he's got the lead. Oh my goodness, from 4th on the grid, Laflamme. I spoke with him earlier on this morning. We have got yellow flags off of turn 4. Laflamme said, you know what, I want to come home with the trophy. And Laflamme leads the way. It's Fleury that is in second orbit, sideways for the French driver. And across the line they go. Jonsson up into second. Fleury third. Rudenberg, Vignevic up from 8th to 5th. Juan Hamida-Sudi rounds out the top 6. Romain Andriolo up from 12th to 7th. The fireworks have been set alight in the streets and no one is able to run away from them. I wondered whether that might be Giuseppe Forenzi that ended with a wheel off the cart. It looked like a front wheel to me. Right then, Junior Jonsson gets a warning flag from race control, but Axel Laflamme in the 4:59 from Sodi Vitesse. Team run by Mark and Bradley Barrett. They are the official Sodica importers for the United Kingdom. And Laflamme is trying to break away, but it's not going to be easy. Lap 2 completed. Laflamme being edged to the right by Jonsson. There is the 504 of Pierre Vignevic who goes wide, and that allows Sven Rudenberg and Ryan Hamida-Sudi. And Vignevic up the inside of Leflam through turn 4. Leflam gets compromised, loses another couple of positions. And the triple 4, that's Pierre-Loup Fleury. So it looks like Sven Rudenberg's going to get a warning flag from race control. They are keeping an eye on proceedings here at Le Mans. But Junior Jonsson from Sweden leads the way. And it's Sven Rudenberg who goes to the lead, but up the inside of the pair of them. Oh, Ryan Hamida Sode has definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons. As Jonsson is towing along Laflamme and Andrew Law. And he just gesticulated to Laflamme and Andrew Law saying, come on guys, work with me, let's catch those in front. Well, it's easier said than done. You try and give a signal to a driver, you know what, they're going to more than likely ignore it. Sven Rudenberg does get a warning flag. Benedek Vida, one of our winners of the 3-belt racing helmets last night, puts in the fastest lap of the race. The Hungarian currently in P12. It is a dogfight out there right now. Lap 4 out of 14. And at the front of the field, having started third, France's Ryan Hamida Sode leads the way. Sven Rudenberg from the Netherlands. Pierre-Loup Fleury rounds out the top 3. Romain Adriolot from France makes it 3 French drivers in the top 4. Follow that up with Junior Jonsson from Sweden, André Primoul and Axel Laflamme from the United Kingdom completing the top 7 places. Sem van Tiel from the Netherlands up 8 places from what is 31st to 23rd. The driver with the most positions gained. It's close, it's 1 place between 2 drivers. And it's Nicolas Chesnor from 33rd to 20th. Giuseppe Florenzi out, Antoine Antier out, Valentin Lumet out. 33 drivers left running at the circuit. Just see Antoine Antier's kart. Actually see the driver just off of the marshal post, off of my commentary position. Oh, it's getting a bit feisty out there. And that was Andriolo that has managed to get through past the lights of a few other drivers. So Andriolo getting in the mix and now is second. Laflamme has a bit of clear air between himself and Sweden's Junior Jonsson. Lap 6 out of 14. Anthony Duke up from 17th to 12th position. Nicolas Chesnor putting in the fastest first sector of the race. So far has made up 14 positions, up from 32nd to 19th at the minute. So here we go, lap number 8, well, lap number 7 out of 14. We're at the halfway point of the race. So having started third on the grid, Romain Andriolo gunning for some silverware here today. It has been difficult out there. And with such a prestigious event, everyone is at tenterhooks. The adrenaline spikes. Everyone is, you know, at this kind of event, I can see it through body language, the tone of a driver's voice, and how they come across. It can be very, very much a telling point. Just seeing Benedek Vida has just got past Axel Laflamme. That is for 6th position on the road. But the top 5 now making their way through top turn 4 into 5. Laflamme trying to close back up on Benedek Vida. And Axel Laflamme actually earlier on this week had a look at it. The track board on the cart was bent, impeding the steering column, and was quite close to fracturing at one point. As I saw the dimple and the stress lines thereof, and Laflamme is still putting in his best of performance despite that technical issue. Lap 8 completed. Hamida Soudi still leads. Andriolo and Fleury, and at the top three, Sven Rudenberg from the Netherlands. And then Sweden's Junior Jonsson just behind in the 4:56. Just keeping an eye on Benedek Vida at the moment, the senior road tax driver from Hungary, who is now up from 9th to 6th, ahead of Axel Laflamme from the United Kingdom. Is trying to close, was a 10.5 quicker than Junior Jonsson on that previous lap. We are on lap 9 out of 14. But he's on to 8, up 11 places to 25th. There's Jonsson in the slipstream of Sven Rudenberg from the Netherlands. Jonsson trying to open up a gap. Rudenberg very wise to it. Benedek Vida now closes in. Drives on Axel Laflamme just behind him, just set the personal best, 53.574, and also a personal best now in the first sector on this lap. Lap 10 out of 14. Benedek Vida up the inside of Junior Jonsson. Oh, that drifts them wide, and Laflamme now with them. Oh, and a little bird gets in the way. Oh, that was very, very close indeed to the right front of Juan Hamida Soudi's front bumper there. And Laflamme up the inside of Junior Jonsson. The Brit now up into what is 6th position. Lap number 11 out of 14. Hamida Soudi's lead was just over 0.36 of a second. With Andriolo from France. It is an all-French top three. Evermondou has dropped down to what is 33rd position, I'm afraid. Maxence Godinot, who was a little bit further up the order, also has tumbled down. Laflamme being challenged now by Junior Jonsson, and the Swede tries to get past the Brit, does so before the right-hander that brings him onto the final couple of corners, but still on lap number 11, and again Jonsson gesticulates behind. Benedek Vida now past Sven Rudenberg. Laflamme past Jonsson, not giving any thought to the gesticulation from the Swede. A moment to go. And they've just seen behind them, there's Pierre Vignevik in the 5:04, who sets a personal best. Laflamme in the first sector was nearly 0.3 of a second. Oh, Junior Jonsson almost using a bit too much curb there, unsettled. The handling of the 4:56. Oh, bit of a drift wide there from Laflamme, and all of a sudden Jonsson and Vignevik get through. As we have had a change in the top three, Hungary now represented courtesy of the 4:90 of Benedek Vida. But look at the battle for the lead. Andriolo started down in 12th, now second, and closes within a 10.5 of Juan Hamida Soudi. Right, we have one more lap because I do see the final lap board being prepared. Down the back straight away we go. Juan Hamida Soudi leads us on to what is the final lap of these drivers racing for this week here at Le Mans. Final lap board is out. 3/10 to the good is Hamida Soudi. There's Fleury and Rudenberg as Benedek Vida stays stationary in third place. It was 9 on 3 abreast going through past me on the commentary box. Some drivers heading onto the final lap. And Jonsson has been passed by Laflamme. for what will be 7th position. On to the back straight away we go for the 14th and final time. It's been a calm, cool, assured performance, because out of the final corner for Senior Rotax Final B, it's victory for Juan Hamida Sodé. It's a top 2 for France, courtesy of a brilliant performance for Romain Andriolo, rounding out the top 2, having started 12th. Benedek Vida from Hungary, 9th on the starting grid, 3rd in the race. So Hungary will provisionally hit the podium. Pierre-Loup Fleury, Zen Rudenberg, Pierre Vignevic, Axel Laflamme, Junior Jonsson, Edgar Pierre, and Rached Ghanem, who made up 12 positions to 10th, round out the top 10. 11th to 20th, it is Marcelo Wegner-Parod, André Trimoul, Sem Vantil, Balazs Jurancic, Theo Iaquinta, Yash Ramjankan up from 24th to 16th, Benoit Tordema, Luca Thiel, Baptiste Schneider from 34th to 19th, with Tom Ribbrul rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 33 strong that finished the race, all 14 laps, that's 19.376 kilometers. Nicolas Chesneau, Jérôme Schwab, Sacha Klaverdecha, Arthur Robin, Marc Fleurance, Anthony Duke, Jordi van der Eyck, Flint Schuring, Enzo Daniel, Dylan Leger, Maxime Scodino, Badouin Mounier, Eva Mondou. That's the 33 that finished. We have retirements on lap 3 for Valentin Humet, Antoine Antier, a couple of laps before, and Giuseppe Ferenzi losing a front wheel, unfortunately forcing the Italian to retire on the very first lap.
Génial. Confirme. Confirme la France.
Ask your friend if he wants to come ride with us. Sen devam et istiyorsan. Opa, da 18esimo ero 14esimo già la e poi uno uscito fuori fuori e fatto. Finalmente parto.
Vede in te. No. No, no.
Ma sì, dai, sì. Ora uno in max, uno in solo. Qua i piloti sono vicini, anche se fanno finta di friends won't want to do it.
Dai, Lori.
Oh, friends won't go there from corner. Your friends mom over there thought I was from Poland. Yeah, but
He takes the lead. No, he takes the ball to the head. He goes off.
again, your shorts. Look. Nothing will happen.
Fez a filha de Lorenzo.
And the winner is look at this. I can do the trick. What? Look.
So we do have a final warm-up session, and it is for the 36 drivers qualified for the A final. The winner getting a ticket for Bahrain for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals and 18th of December. Now, we're not going to focus on lap times here, we're going to focus on what happened over the past couple of days. So, at the front of the field, it is Kai and Reese Hunter that are at the top, the sharp end of the grid later on. So they've had a little bit of a respite this morning. Reese Hunter has won every single one of his heats. Every single one of the 5 heats he has taken part in. Now his brother Kai was in the same heat, that was groups A and C, in the second set of qualifying heats earlier on this week. So Reese Hunter has 5 victories, Kai Hunter has 4 victories and a second. Zsombor Kovac, also one of the race winners of the qualifying heat stages, has had a third, a win, a third, a win and a second. Francis Enzo Cabras was 16th in qualifying practice, finished 5th in the first heat, was a winner in second heat, that was D and F. Groups D and D, Cabras won again. And then in the final 2 heats, the French driver in the 427 took 2 third places. And in all honesty, to have that many race winners, I think also one of the other drivers, Tom Bilou, is a race winner as well, amongst others. Zsombor Kovac, 2 race victories for that driver there. So it has been the United Kingdom at the sharp end of the grid. There are quite a few drivers in here that cannot be discounted. The likes of Artur Roche, Luca Leisman, Paul Fockner, Alex Alcazar, the sole Georgian representative here out of 216 drivers from 28 different nationalities. And at the moment, crossing the line is a checkered flag waves. We will be going to the lunch break very shortly. Roland Lemare in the 404, who qualified 5th in the final. Fastest in afternoon warm-up for senior final A. Other drivers in there, the likes of Lachlan Robinson from UAE, 11th. Sean Butcher, reigning and defending B&L Karting Series champion. Both he and Robinson also competing for the final couple of sets, the championship standings for the Euro Trophy, which heads to Wackersdorf on the 3rd to the 5th of September this year. Zino Kovac hasn't had a good run of form. Well, hasn't had the best first heat, finished in 26th, so 2 sevenths, a big down as well. David Lackner has also been in that, had a bit of dismal second heat. Simon Gaspard had a 25th in the first heat, 13th in the second, third, fourth, and a second place finish. Andrei Petrovic has been in the mix, finished second and has placed no further out of, was placed no lower than 8th place. Abkhazov has been rather solid, the 4th, the 2nd, the 6th, the 3rd, and the 7th for the Georgian. Ufokima has been at the sharp end, 3 third place finishes for the French driver, a 4th and an 8th. Leistra has had a best finish in his 4th heat, placing 2nd. Has had a 3rd, 2 4ths, and a 6th. So it has been confirmed by timing that Nolan Lemare and Vincent Boutier rounds out the top 2. So Lemare has the fastest time in warm-up. That is it from us for now. We will be back because the final stages of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy here at Le Mans at the Le Mans Karting International Circuit, based just adjacent to the Circuit Alain Prost, which runs the karting 24 hours. So a stone's throw from the hallowed halls of the 24 Heures du Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe. We will be back just before 2 p.m. local time here in Le Mans as 6 races bring us an anticipated thrilling conclusion to this week. See you later. Just a reminder to the paddock, again as always, it is a reminder that it is mandatory to wear a face mask or a covering at the circuit. Votre attention s'il vous plaît, nous vous rappelons que le port de masque est obligatoire sur tout le site. Also, please be advised that it is forbidden to warm up your engines in the paddock. Il est interdit de démarrer les moteurs dans le paddock. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Wishing you all a very pleasant lunch break and wishing everyone competing this afternoon the very best of luck, and may the best drivers win.
I say maybe it was a gasket problem. And the gasket itself says it was a sprocket problem. But I mean, couldn't have done that different because now we're on 73. Yesterday evening on 74. And that time it was too slow and straight.
Uvijek je išao na 12. Prestigao 9.
Ali sada startni dogovor.
Yeah, but the head level before yesterday and it was too high. But maybe it's depending on the tires wear. I den där lådan ligger en förgasare i papper.
So fucking early in the fucking second quarter. I was arguing there in Canada.
Just a quick announcement to the drivers in the paddocks. So those senior Rotax drivers that competed in Final B and Final C, please head to the 3MK events tent to collect your licenses. So I say again, all drivers from Senior Rotax Final C and Final B, please make your way to the 3MK events tent to collect your licenses, please. Thank you.
Girare, il giro più veloce finito lì. Sì, 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 sì. No, no, è uguale, perché la cosa adesso dei ragazzi sì, esatto, era più bello. Perché aveva anche, per esempio, io prendo mio figlio mi servono 10 giri per arrivare nel girare. Quindi se è tutto d'ora, tu hai tempo per girare e fare di nuovo. Se ci così si via. Esatto. Migliore così, vai, non hai tempo finito, non sai fare. tu fais moitié de sport, tu mets sur le chevaux, bah ça. Tout l'effort que l'on fait,
In the bubble.
Yeah.
No need to start to go out of the bubble.
But they gave me the penalty.
Eh?
They gave me the penalty.
They give me a penalty.
Dai, sono lì. Ich weiß nicht genau. Ich würde sagen, im staatlichen Schutz, nicht im staatlichen, das man ja auch das Recht hat, ganz Impfen und das dann das hat ich gar klar. Hey, ich bin an der Website, das ist mal Liga. Das ist ganz krass, ich habe das ist kein Update.
2,5 uur duur is het weer. Je hoort hem ook, hè? Ja, ken je hem? Ja, echt? Ja, snap ik.
Vous êtes des jeunes, vous marchez vite, les gars.
Ouais, tu fais du vélo,
Bordel! Ah, j'ai jamais marché vite.
il a bien roulé hier. Il avait fait P4, mais là il est P8. Il a pris 2 pieds techniques là par an.
Et ton masque? Mais là, mon masque.
The tram lines for the first time this afternoon. Revs rise, are we ready? Are we steady? The mini-max final is not a go, I'm afraid. False start has been called. So again, race director Manuel Blanco from Portugal is overseeing proceedings here at Le Mans. So there is your starting grid. El Fagali on pole, Radenkovic, Uzel, Huben, Sadursky, Longroy, Schlopek, Rizal, Silkunas, Lopez, Gilter, Cochet, Lanzara, Poulain, Washington, Diaz, Rudokas, Kinal, Avril, Blancasport, Biard, Stout, Sidler, Passager, Nadine, Gervais, Guinon, Bogonovic, Boensa. That is your 29 strong mini-max final grid. Their final race of the weekend. It has taken 3 qualifying heats and a pre-final to get to this stage. Everyone is anticipating what is going to happen over the next 13 laps. Into the tram lines again we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Again, a second false start call. Say in the United Kingdom, third time's a charm. Right, red flag situation. The drivers will be asked to line up on the grid, as we saw before the green flag. This director has red flag here at the 1,384 metre circuit here at Le Mans. So our race director has now gone front of the grid. Discussing with Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon, who is our pole sitter. I was now lots of time to get back in. Little discussion just going on there. A slight wait before the racing gets underway. This does happen in European road tax circles. And we get back underway. So, let's see if there is time to control and complete, reset, compose, and refocus. It's going to be the drag to turn 1. It could be the first step for somebody. So down the back straight away, we go again. Third time of asking, the first time over the last 3 days of competition that this has transpired. El Fagali on pole, Radenkovic alongside. Third time's around, here we go. Are we ready? We are underway, and Fagali keeps the lead. Looks like Husel up the inside of Radenkovic. Swiderski has gotten up there into P3. A couple of drivers, including these who can run wide, coming out of the hairpin. El Fagali keeps the lead through the first open. Oh, and there's been a turnaround through turn 4. One driver spinning 180 degrees backwards. Quickly took the hands off the steering wheel. Good reaction there from the young driver. More overtakes being attempted as they go through towards the back straightaway for the first time. El Fagali leading. Radenkovic down, looks to be 7th or 8th. Huben trying to make a move for 5th place and has got it. Across the line, lap 1 of 13 completed. El Fagali leads. Husel, Swiderski, Silkunas, Huben, Schlopek, Radenkovic all the way down in P7. Gilter, Lanzara, Wiesel. Great start by Kenyon Washington, up from 15th on the grid to 11th. There's been a little bit of a clash going through turns 4 and 5. Someone's gone grass cutting like Valtteri Bottas on the infield here at Le Mans. Lap 2 out of 13. Lanzara all the way down the order. Looks to be 21st from for the 1:03 from Italy. Christopher El Fagali won this event last year in Portimao as a micro-Collins driver. Now he's gone up in class. Been an up and down weekend for the youngster from Lebanon. Gets a little assist from behind, courtesy of Omer Husel. Max Swiderski is racing the wings. Championships such as the karting series, Belgian Max Challenge, and Cornwall Karting. Huben has been passed. Looks to be Silkunas from Lithuania that has got past for P4. Ricochet rounds out the top 10, having made it up from 12th on the grid to final step in the top 10. It's a little bit of a dogfight emerging between Huben, who's now gotten back up ahead of Markas Silkunas from Lithuania, but up the inside looks like Mateo Radenkovic going up the inside of the Lithuanian. Little bit of wheel rubbing there on the sidewalls of the Mojo Racing tyres. Radenkovic makes it work. Gap now between El Fagali and Husel, just over 1.7 seconds, 1.7 tenths of a second. It's a little bit of a bumper fest there. Looks to be the 1.20 of there. El Fagali leading and also putting in the fastest laps of anybody. 7.962 from the young Lebanon-based driver. Husel, Swiderski, keep your eyes on Huben, who might start to close, as will Radenkovic. 2 in 4th and 5th respectively know each other very, very well indeed. Radenkovic qualified for this event through the Euro Trophy at Adria in late May of this year. Radenkovic puts in a fastest lap of the race after just 4 circumnavigations of this 13-lap race. 57.434. Radenkovic, no slouch going into pole position and into qualifying earlier on this week. It is very much a stalemate between the top 3 at the moment. Christopher El Fagali leads the way ahead of Omer Husel, holding the tricolor high for France in this race in 2nd. Max Swiderski from the Netherlands rounds out the top 3, and another young Dutchman behind, Niels Huben, with Belgium represented by Radenkovic. They round out the top 5. Roussel is just waiting, seeing if a mistake happens in front from El Fagali. El Fagali knows what he has to do. Keep it pin, keep it calm, consistent, not make any mistakes. Swiderski now latches onto the back of Roussel and is starting to go quicker than the French driver, but by fractions of a second, maybe even thousandths. Huben has now been passed by Radenkovic, who gets his way up into 4th position. There's a lot at stake here, not just to be crowned this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy champion. So with a countdown US94 courtesy of DRP Rotax. Furious signals from the pit box area just underneath the commentary box position. El Fagali and Roussel. We've just seen that Matej Radenkovic has set another fastest lap, but not set the fastest sector of anybody in this race. Still consistent enough to put the Belgian on a 57.358 second lap time. Lap number 7 out of 13. The qualifying heats is one thing. Getting through the pre-final and the final is something completely different altogether, because you have to sweep under the carpets what we've had with the qualifying heats, because this is where it matters the most. And El Fagali has had challenges in this race. Roussel is the closest, who goes purple in sector 2 and is just under a tenth and a half behind. They've broken away from Hans Swiderski. Someone put something off the dust on the start from straight there. El Fagali again, another fastest lap from the Lebanese, 57.197 seconds. 121. Oh, and now someone's got some smoke coming from one of the back of the carts. Going through the infield section, I will keep a keen eye on who that is, because that will be a mechanical black flag. That is actually Will rubbing on side pod. And someone is going to drop unceremoniously down the order. Oh, Hayam Bourguignon from Morocco. Technical black flag. That ends the race as the smoke is billowing from the back left of the cart. On to lap number 9. Roussel is keeping El Fagali rather honest. Air temperature now 21 degrees Celsius. The sunshine is fully prominent, front and centre. Shining down on the stars of the show, which are the racers out on track. Radenkovic, fastest of anyone, once again, 57.149 seconds from Monster. Running under the Boobin Power Stable. El Fagali running with Dan Holland Racing for another season, I'm sure. But if they are not watching, they'll catch it up later. The Ashcroft family ran under the same awning last year at Portimao. El Fagali holding on. Roussel now, tell by the driving style that Roussel is starting to apply pressure. Lap 10. Gap between the top two, 9/100ths of a second. And El Fagali, I've just noticed, went on the defensive. Radenkovic now summons a push. Radenkovic has got time. El Fagali sets the fastest lap once again, 57.119. It's not enough to keep Mornello Roussel at bay. El Fagali has a lead of about 3/10ths of a second. That could compromise Roussel's chance at the victory here at Le Mans, on home soil, no less. Down the back straightaway, again, there's the top 5, rounded out by Mies Hooven from the Netherlands. Out of the top 3, El Fagali is the quickest. Second is Radenkovic in P3. Looks like it's fast slipping away for the driver that was absolutely on fire. But don't say never. Things can change. unpredictability of karting is one that is coming true right now. Roussel up the inside of El Fagali through turn 5 to take the lead on lap number 11. It was only a matter of time that Roussel would pull the trigger and has made it work. But El Fagali will want that lead back. Let me assure you of this. Look at the toe. Young driver from Lebanon looks to the inside and puts the boot on the other foot, so to speak. Back up through into the lead goes El Fagali on Roussel. Now, I did say, keep your eyes on what might happen. That is slightly coming true because Radenkovic has just carved a 6.5 tenths of a second gap and looks to be into this once again. This one more lap to go. Now looking again through turn 4, El Fagali keeps it pinned. And Radenkovic is now with them. Three-way fight, make that a four-way fight with Sidursky. Okay, penultimate time down the back straight away. And Radenkovic is with them. Sidursky not that far behind. Last lap, board in the final for Minimax. El Fagali leads. Roussel looking to start to attack, and Romain Roussel does so, but El Fagali on the defensive line, on pinpoint precision, keeps ahead. And Roussel will not be taking any notice of the signs from El Fagali, because now it's about survival. Who wants it the most? Who is going to go for gold, go for broke and put it all on the line? Into the far hairpin on the back part of the circuit for the final time out of 13 laps. El Fagali looks over his right shoulder. Oh, that's given an opportunity to Roussel, but 3 more corners remain. Radenkovic up the inside of Roussel to go for second, but it's not going to be enough for anyone to challenge. Christopher El Fagali wins in Minimax here in Le Mans. 2 years on the trot, 2 categories. El Fagali does it again. And the winning margin when Radenkovic sent it up the inside of Romain Roussel to capitalise and get second at the dying moments by 8 tenths of a second. And look at the euphoria, look at the jubilation. I know that Alto is going to be literally bouncing off the ceilings, but Christopher El Fagali, well done, good sir. An epic race. Matej Radenkovic and Max Sidursky provisionally lock out the podium. It was so close, but so far away. A real commiseration for Francis Romain Roussel, who rounds out the top 4. Mies Huben in 5th, Marcas Silcunas in 6th, ahead of Mariano Lopez, Elio Gilter, who rounds out the top 8. It was Olivier Schlopek and Tom Langlois that rounds out the top 10. Completing the top 20, it's Paul Christel, Jules Avril, Louis Cochet, Andy Diaz, Kenyon Washington, Nathan Poulain, Thomas Rudocas, Lisa Billard, Mick Blankensport, Lorenzo Ranzara from Italy, Tino Sidler. Good drive from Angelina Poinsat from France, Carol Stout in 23rd. Lenny Nevio Passaggio, 24th, ahead of Tion Kinard, Alexander Bugonovic, and Lola Gervais, who rounds out the 27th finished. Ryan Bourguino and Yassine Nadim rounds out the 29, but unfortunately the last 2 did retire from the race. 11 laps await. Revs start to rise. Are we ready? We are green, and we are underway. Uros Bogdanic up into second position. Jensen Chalk being tumbling down the order a little bit there after the start phase. Tom Pappenberg rounds out the top four as they go through to the infield for the first time. Paul Schoen has had nothing but clean air all the way through the week so far, and no one has been able to challenge the young Swiss driver. It's a little bit closer this time, 11 laps. You've got to have a little bit of a strategy here. Don't want to push too hard, too quickly. That can overheat the tyres, make the car a bit unmanageable to drive. Paul Schoen sets the fastest first sector. Keep your eyes on Uros Bogdanic. Also 17 of Lithuania's Mažas Mazinas. Tom Pappenberg rounds out the top four as they come across the line to complete the first lap of 11. Zane Quaker's already up into 9th. Jensen Chalk, after what happened through the start phase, has dropped to 11th position. But that young little charger, I've seen him in action before, he will give no quarter and will start pushing. It's got to be a bit of clean air between himself and Vanessa Silkonaite. Change for position. That was the number 35 of Antoine Crissel up the inside. Crissel, so battling between French lines there. Lap 2 out of 11 as they filter their way. Some parts side by side going through the hairpin on the far part of the circuit. As the number 5 of Lucasel trying to make some inroads. Paul Schoen hasn't started getting away. I'm sure that his mechanic Jan Schlitter will be telling him when will be the right time to push. Now it is just about conservation. As Crissel has lost 2 places, 1 to Vibriantes, 1 to Lucasel from France. Zinas trying to close in, but Paul Schoen starting now to pull away. There's an absolute contretemps and a half because Dragos Avisil-Kutai trying to pull alongside Ainis Vibriantes from Lithuania. And there has been a change for second position because Mažas Mazinas has gotten up the inside of Uros Bogdanic. Vibriantes in the meantime has dropped now to what will be 8th position because Avisil-Kutai from Austria has gotten past. Avisil-Kutai qualified for this event the same place Radenkovic did back in Adria in May for the Euro Trophy's second round. Lap 4 out of 11. Paul Schoen putting in the fastest lap of the race again. 1 minute with 5.27 seconds from the youngster from Switzerland. Sure that people will be watching, such as Carol Staud's parents, Ume and Catherine, are at their campsite about 15 minutes away from the circuit here in Le Mans. Boris Maximov, who had that drama at the on the pre-final earlier on, not getting going and actually had to sit by the sidelines, up 3 places, up to 15th from last on the grid. Paul Schoen's lead over Mažas Mazinas, who has set the fastest first sector of the race of anybody. Paul Schoen has responded by setting the fastest second sector of anybody in this race. Lap 4 completed. Paul Schoen goes nearly 2/10 quicker on that last lap. Again, fastest lap of the race. Green zone there is Paul Schoen. Jensen Chalk has now managed to squeeze back into the top 10 and now will start to hunt down the likes of Dragos Avisil-Kutai, Ainis Vibriantes and also Zane Quaker, who is actually up into 9th place now. It's the Brit. Bogdanic now back ahead of Mažas Mazinas. Lap 5 out of 10. Paul Schoen's lead now, 1.2 seconds and rising. Mazinas closing on Bogdanic, looks to the left-hand side of number 18. Down the start-finish straight, but keep your eyes on Tom Pappenberg, who has just set personal best in all three sectors. The 1.384 kilometre circuit here at Le Mans. Another fastest lap. It has been Swiss watchmaking accuracy, courtesy of Paul Schoen. Very, very metronomic as the youngster. A few more battles happening down the order. Vibriantis trying to go for a move. As Avisil Kurtai looks like Antoine Grisel is struggling a little bit and is caught in the crossfire. And now the two teammates running with the Force Motorsport livery. I hasten to add, Zane Quaker has got Jensen Chalk in tow, and I'm very much not at all surprised that they start working together. Looks like they're doing that. And Jensen Chalk going around the outside of Zane Quaker, going into the first main corner here at Le Mans. And Zane Quaker looking over his right shoulder to see where Jensen Chalk is. Paul Schoen again, another fastest lap of the race. Lap 7 out of 11. Drivers that have made positional gains. Boris Maximov up to 14th from 18th now, having made 4 places in the process of the last 6.5 laps. Otto Schulz from France up from 17th, the penultimate row of the grid, now up into what is 12th place. Tom Pappenberg now chasing down Uros Bogdanic for the final step on the rostrum, because cantering away into the distance. Oh, here goes Bogdanic on Mazinas and retakes second. Pappenberg just waiting for things to unfold in front. The Dutch driver has the ringside seat once again. And the battle for what is 5th downwards is really heating up. There's a train of, I count, 7 carts. Is being led by, I think, Agnes Vibriantis in 6th place. Make that 5th place as up the inside once again. Mazinas gets past Bogdanic. Pappenberg just waiting and biding time once again. And that's not what you want to do down the back straight away, Marjas Mazinas, because you can do that, and we've seen it before here at Le Mans. Take a look over your left shoulder. You're not concentrating on what's coming up ahead, and that's a corner normally. As Bogdanic side by side with Mazinas. Pappenberg looks to the inside as well, and Mazinas drops from 2nd to 4th. Rather rapidly. It was great work by Bogdanic and Pappenberg on that particular occasion. Paul Schoen's now got a 2.8 second lead on lap number 9 out of 11. And what's more, the fastest lap of the race has gone sub 60. 59.896 seconds for the youngster. Paul Schoen's already through towards the far part of the back straight before the 3 battling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th were actually making their way through the chicane after the hairpin. But of course, Avisil Kurtai has gotten ahead. It's like Antoine Grisel in the 35. On to the penultimate lap of racing for Micromax here at Le Mans. For the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy for 2021. And again, Paul Schoen, 59.852 seconds. The fastest lap of the race. As I said, it's like a Swiss watch. It's accurate, it's pinpoint in terms of its precision, how it works. Paul Schoen makes his way through the hairpin on the far part of the circuit to go through the chicane. There's the 3 battling over 2nd position, the runner-up place on the rostrum. also for third in the process. Bogdanic now going defensive on Papenburg, and that is allowing Mazinas to close on in as well. Last lap board for Micromax here at the International Trophy. Paul Schoen, his lead was 3.6 seconds, it's now 3.741. As we go on to the final lap, Papenburg looking, waiting, biding time once again. Try and get past Uros Bogdanic for second place. But it has been a brilliant weekend. Hailing from the same country as DTM and Formula E driver Nico Müller, amongst others. Paul Schoen is going to write a little bit of history here at Le Mans. Down the back straight, the number 14 goes all on his own. Now it's going to sink in, because after 15.224 kilometers of racing, it's a clean sweep. Paul Schoen from Switzerland wins the International Trophy in Micromax here at Le Mans. Second place, Uros Bogdanic. Tom Papenburg rounds out the top three. Mažus Mazinas from Lithuania and Ainis Vibriantis complete the top five. Lucas Sell and Antoine Crisel round out the top seven ahead of Dragos Avisil-Kukai from Austria. The two Brits here this week, Zane Quaker and Jensen Chalk, round out the top 10. A noble effort for those two young drivers. Ahead of Vanessa Silponaite, Walter Schulz, David Matlack, Boris Maximov finishing 14th at the end of it. Felix Kiss, Simon Borovac, Marcel Zivo and Yvonne Simonova from Austria. But Paul Schoen wins. It was Christopher L. Fagali last year, and Switzerland hits the roll of honour here on International Trophy history. And look at the celebration. This is, as a commentator, what really makes me happy. The family atmosphere here at Le Mans, and also us as the Rotax racing. Paul Schoen, well-deserved young man, and with it wins a Can-Am DS90 quad after what has been an epic weekend for the youngster from Switzerland. Now we'll go in to the weighbridge, and also to post-race scrutineering every single result that has been called by myself over the course of the weekend. Provisional pending any sporting technical resolutions that need to be adjusted post-race. Really good to see the camaraderie in the paddock. Hugs, smiles for miles behind those visors. And you can just see when the bridge of the nose goes up and there's a big smile when they know that they've achieved something special. That says it. That, as the late Ayrton Senna de Silva once said, it's pure racing. There's no politics. Pure karting, to me, is one of the most exciting motorsports going. And that's why, since 2017, I am a lover of the sport. The people I meet, faces, families I get to become an indirect part of. That's what this means. Just seeing the amount of blood, sweat, tears that goes into karting. Some of these drivers are shooting for the high levels of racing. It all starts here in karting. Can't take away experience and racecraft. And for those that aren't on the podium at the end of this weekend, the one biggest thing for those watching at home, these kind of events are meant to test, they're meant to educate. So try and find a little tweak here, a little tweak there, see how make things better next time around? When you learn to improve, push forward, you get better, you get more confident, you get more motivated. That is what I see here in Rotax. I've been commentating on Rotax actually before I ended up in Europe in April of 2019 at Karting Gate, the home of champions. I actually was first introduced at Rye House to Rotax. And the roar of these Rotax Max Evo engines, 125 cc's in displacement, whenever I hear it, it brings a smile to my face. But that is it for Micromax. And in about, just under 20 minutes time, we've got a little bit of a wait here, I think, because we have our D2 Masters final. They'll head out for 16 laps. That is for every single one of the remaining 4 races here at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, here at the place where legends are born to race. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green and off and away, and it's a three-way scrap for the lead going into turn one for the first time. Oh, there's been a touch. Oh, there's been drama for three at least, and there's more carnage. Carts off left, right, and centre. Oh my goodness, at least six of the field were compromised. It all came to a head. But at the moment, it is two French drivers. Denis Toul, I am just keeping an eye on where he is at the moment. He's up into fifth from 10th on the grid. Oh my goodness. I did say about fireworks, I wasn't expecting that. As up the inside of the 719, there is a change for position. That might have been Bourdon on Le Floch, but it is Champion versus Nouveau at the front, and Nouveau is not hanging around. He's up from P3. He was behind Champion as they went three wide into the first corner. That never works out well. Nouveau up the inside of Champion. Bumps over the curbs. Up the inside to take the lead on lap 2. Well, that was an epic manoeuvre by Paul Nouveau. Someone's got a very noisy exhaust, and I'm sure that's going to be pink for a mechanical black flag very imminently. But Nouveau hits the front. Two wins in the qualifying heats for Nouveau. It was Champion that won the pre-final. Denis Toul won the third qualifying heat yesterday. As look at what's happening behind it, side by side for third place. Who's come out better than the other on that one? We'll find out momentarily. But Nouveau, after that absolute send and a half, going through into turn one. Lap 3 now about to get underway as they cross the stripe. 69 thousandths of a second separate the two leaders. So Thierry Guillaume up into fifth from 12th on the grid. That's incredible. After what has happened, Tamsin Germain up into P8. Loiseau and Yutai round out the top 10. Oh no, Carl Clebot and Slavomir Muransky. Marwan Nadim gets a technical black flag and will be out, so we already have two of the names that I thought might be in competition and in contention. Clebot and Moransky will have to fight in their respective championships as the dream is unfortunately over. So Nouveau and Champion leading the way. We are about to complete 3 laps of 16. On to 4 we go. Damien Loiseau, who's trying to climb up the order, has got past Tamsin Germain and now is up into 8th from 16. And I did notice that Vivian Kuzakiko was lining up the line going through the first hairpin as it was a 3-way scrap. I've never, in my wildest imaginations, saw that coming. Romain Manger, who rounds out now the top 15 from 7th. So multiple drivers compromised. François Le Floch, Isaac Pico down in 11th position. So Paul Nouveau leads the way. He's got a gap of just under 2/10 over Rudy Champion. Bourdon rounds out the top 3. Nicolas Mazinas, Denis Toul. And the 707 is closing on the driver in front. Was 7/10 nearly quicker on that last lap. So Denis Toul has got pace. He just said, I've had a bad run of luck this week, Alex. We could have seen a very different story had Denis Toul not had a broken spark plug that forced him to have to retire on the first heat after qualifying practice. Ball takes a glance over the left shoulder, sees where Champion is. Champion is within a 10th and a half. Is within striking distance. Back 5, done and dusted. Going through this one. Ball and Champion leading the way. Neither of them giving an inch, either taking a mile at this particular juncture. Dennis Toom has got past Nicolas Martinez and now is chasing down Florian Bourdon for third place. There is still time, and if Dennis Toom gets clean air, I've seen it from him before, he will start pushing. The man that calls himself the Super Saiyan, so to speak, with that race helmet that was glistening in the Saturday morning sun when I caught up with him. But the thing is that Dennis Toom could pull along Florian Bourdon along the way. Lap 6 completed, 92,000 separate the two leaders. Dennis Toom up from 10 to 7. Bourdon 4th. Mazinas, Lyon, Rémiga, Loiseau, Germain, Dussac-Nico now up to 10th place. Romain Manger sets the fastest lap again. Goes purple in sector number 1. 15.631 seconds. Sector 1, fastest lap, 53.740 seconds. And at the moment, there has been a change. Rudy Champion back in the lead, past Paul Louveau. Now, Dennis Toom has to make up nearly 4 seconds in the next 9 laps. That's going to be a bit of a tall order, but when he's putting in lap times, that is 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than the driver in second, Paul Louveau. Someone's on a mission, aren't they? Let's see how that transpires. So 17 drivers rounded out by the UAE's Tony Hogg. Nadim, Moransky and Pevot out of the race, unfortunately. Moransky and Pevot out on the spot in the melee that happened first and the second part of turn 1 on the very first lap out of 16. Loiseau has got past Rinaldo Cremiga for 7th place and now makes up 9 positions. Hit the halfway point. Lap number 9 out of 16. Dennis Toom is trying to close in on the 2 in front. Sometimes that is easier said than done, but still, to have disaster in the qualifying heats, can claw it back, the pre-final and the final. There is Dennis Toom, just behind Florian Bourdon, Nicolas Martinez from Lithuania, as there's a bit of side-by-side action going through onto the back straightaway. That will probably more than likely be, I think Tamsin Germain might be involved in that one because it looks like she's lost a couple of places in the process. I think that 3 is someone's gone around the outside of her. Could be Bruno Dos Santos that I think I've just spotted. Champion leading. Lap number 10 out of 16. So, British Champion starting to claw away from Paul Louveau. Win on home soil for either of these 2 drivers at the front of the field will be euphoric in terms of its celebration. Lap 11 of 16, Champion extends the gap to just over 0.36 of a second. Dennis Toom is now trying to pull away and has gotten away ever so slightly to the tune of just over 4 tenths from Florian Bourdon. Dion up from 12 to 6, but look out behind because the 730 of France's Damien Loiseau is closing and is about a tenth and a half up on the first sector. Oh, and I saw someone's front nose, the front panel, a little bit askew there. It's a bit on the wonk, as we'd say in the United Kingdom. It's a put the tracking in on that one, mate. Lap 12 out of 16, Champion was determined. As a little bit further back, there is some side-by-side action going across the start-finish line. .3 of a second separates Rudy Champion and Paul Louveau. Denis Toom will have to settle for third place, it looks like, but has gotten away to the tune of over half a second. From Florian Bourdon, Nicolas Mezinas a further 6/10 behind in fifth position. Now Champion starts extending the gap, but by 1/100th of a second. Louveau is nearly a tenth up on the previous lap, sets the personal best. Romain Mongier sets the fastest first sector of anybody into the 15.5s for the 7.24 from France. It's gone past Ronaldo Koeniger once again. They seem to be swapping positions like more times than I've had hot Sunday roasts. Across the line once again, the gap is now extended to nearly 6/10. Rudy Champion now putting the hammer down. Pulling away from Louveau. Louveau already has his place assured at Team France for the grand finals in Bahrain. Rudy Champion has made it count on the day that it matters most, which is finals day. Romain Mongier again sets another fastest lap of the race. There's Tamsin Germain battling away with the likes of Kusapico, who's now back up into ninth, having started second. Ronaldo Koeniger just in front of the Brits. Bruno dos Santos from France in the 7.23 rounds out the top 12. This is the penultimate lap of the racing for the 2 Masters. Champion sets a purple lap, 53.146 seconds. Lap number 14 out of 16. So Rudy Champion goes onto the back straight for the penultimate time out of 16 laps. The gap now to Paul Louveau. Louveau's just decided, you know what, he's done a great job as Rudy. I'm going to let him have this one. Grand finals will be something different altogether. Last lap board is out. Champion now has a 1.1 second lead as he goes into the hairpin for the final time out of 16 laps. Into turn 4, then into the left at 5 goes 7.03 from PTS Competition. A steely, determined, ruthless drive on home soil. But one more straightaway and 4 corners remain. Louveau was the star in qualifying heat stages, but on finals day, where it matters most, out of the final corner, félicitations, Rudy Champion, who wins TD2 Masters at the International Trophy at Le Mans. Paul Louveau makes it an all-French 1-2. Denis Toom beside himself with a well-deserved recovery after disaster in the qualifying stages. Heats finishing in third place. Nicolas Mezinas, Florian Bourdon round out the top 5 ahead of Thierry Guillaume, who managed to finish 6th at the end of that 16-lap encounter. Romain Mongier Damien Loiseau, Vivien Cusac-Picot, and Rinaldo Cremiga. Round out the top 10, Hamzin Germain, Bruno Dos Santos, François Leclerc, Peter Guyotai, Patrick Serrao, and Ricardo Vitorino. The 16 runners and riders that finished the pool, 16 laps of racing, 22.144 kilometres. Tony Hogg, unfortunately, pulled the cart into the pits with just 3 laps to go, but he has already qualified through the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. We have to give a shout out to Kamal Aga, who has also qualified to represent the UAE in Bahrain. Marwan Nadim, Slavomir Manatsky and Karl Klebort, they will have to give it their all elsewhere to qualify, but Petit Champion successful on home soil. Great to see a French 1-2 with Paul Louveau being a runner-up here in 2 Masters.
Det var samma med oljesamling.
Here we go, into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are off and away. Babahoul gets a good start, stays ahead of Mahacek as Bielecki and Zendarua go side pod to side pod. Darua gets through up into third place. Beatrice Maslakovic from Poland, so 2 Poles round out the top 5 on the opening exchanges. And some drivers going 2 by 2, some going around the outside. I've seen a few audacious manoeuvres. Nick Knowlton has made up about 3 or 4 positions, having started from the penultimate spot on the grid. They filter their way through to the back hairpin on the far part of the circuit for the first time. Babahoul leads and has started already to pull a gap. Saw a great battle in the pre-final because the likes of Bielecki and Mahacek now have an added chess piece into the mix. Zendarua now P3 and gunning for Mahacek. Babahoul sets the fastest back, 54.809. First lap of asking is always a bit side by side, a little bit further down the order. Bielecki or Dionysus Liveris in the middle of all of that as they scramble for traction and for track position. Looks like Maxime Marion, I believe, in front of his Jenny Dennis. Now Darua closing in, as is Bielecki on 4th place. Side by side, a little bit further down towards the bottom part of the top 10 through the hairpin. 14 laps will remain after this one. About to complete lap number 2 out of 16. Iveris up into 6th, past Maxime Marion for 6th place. Slipstream effect well engaged by Daniel Mahacek for Zendarua and Kasper Bielecki from Poland complete the top 4. Mahacek goes on the inside of Babahoul through turn. What was that? I think that was turn 4. The Austrian makes the move and gets up the inside. Babahoul was able to capitalise and retake the lead with a few laps remaining in the pre-final. Now it's a bit of a longer distance. This is a marathon, not a sprint, but they're treating it like a sprint format right now. It's been like that for all the drivers so far. Nicola Pico and Dionysus Liveris all have a bit of clean air. That can help them. Zendarua nearly having Kasper Bielecki up the inside. Antoine Babahoul looked up the inside of Daniel Mahacek for the Austrian, shut the door firmly. On to lap number 4 we go. Mahacek leads, Babahoul right in the wheel tracks. Into the first corner they go. Effectively, Babahoul is putting the cart exactly where it's required, but Zendarua and Kasper Bielecki are giving them the hurry up. Dionysus Liveris now closing on Nicolas Picot for what will be 5th position. The Greek Minotaur, as he's affectionately known as from myself, puts in the fastest lap, 53.624 seconds. Babahoul again looking through the hairpin. That's where he got past Mahacek in the pre-final. Down the back straight away once again. Zendarua was looking towards the inside of Antoine Babahoul, but thought better of it. Wait, recalibrate, reassert, and then refocus. Over the line once again, lap 4 done and dusted. Babahoul was looking to the left of Mahacek, but thought better of it. Darua, look at the back of that train, it's now got Pico. Here comes DJ Liveris. And there goes Bielecki up the inside of Darua. Darua has to give the pole a bit of racing room, but that literally slightly compromises Nicola Pico, who's trying to get up the inside of the Slovenian. Now Liveris fancies a bite of the pie as well. He's due to go to America later on this year for studies. And there goes Liveris trying to go up the inside of Pico. They're under the same awning at Dams Racing. Jan Dams is probably having kittens right now. One of the biggest rules in racing, never take out your teammates. Now the top 2 trying to start mounting a breakaway here ahead of Kasper Bielecki. Maslakovic holds the fastest lap, 53.281 seconds after 4 laps of racing. On to lap 6. Luca Muretto has made his way back up to 13th and started 8th, dropped down the order. Not been an easy week for the Italian, who has South African heritage, speaks very fluent English. Anton Millet who is in 12th from 14th, now sets the fastest lap, 53.065 seconds. Kasper Bielecki is making a bit of an inroad to in front. Zendrua being caught in the crossfire. There's Maxime Marion going towards the outside of the Slovenian and gets through, or is it going to be side by side down the back straightaway? It's a frantic squabble for traction on the circuit and also for position. Zendrua is behind Maxime Marion and now has DJ Liveris for company. Babahu in the toe of Mahacek once again. Across the line once more. Gap 58 thousandths between first and second. Kasper Bielecki sets the fastest lap, 52.975, and then quickly Niklas Krenz from Germany, 52.968 seconds in rapid succession. Babahu is keeping this strategic, using the assistance of the air that is being punched through by Austria's Daniel Mahacek. Mick Knowlton up 12 places. Got to get your elbows out, lad. Well, he's done that already. 12 positions, he's up to P20. He actually had a puncture due to a catch on the left of one of the front wheel hubs, and it caused the tyre to go flat. So Cornelia Olkuka and Jesse Spans unfortunately out of the final. And lap number 1, it looked like there was an incident earlier on in the race. Still being chased down by Maxime Marion, and Marion now sets the fastest lap. No, not now. Mick Knowlton is quickest of anybody, as there goes Babahu back up the inside of Mahacek to retake the lead through turn 4, through 5, into turn 6 and into 7. Mick Knowlton, 52.817 seconds. That's a cracking lap right there, and he's going to be closing. He's about a tenth and a half behind Kasper Siemiatkowski from Poland. Now this is where the strategy calls come into play. Don't want to put all your cards on the table. Well, Daniel Mahacek did that just then. Babahu trying to go around the outside, thought better of it, and had to slot in behind Bielecki. But these three drivers are in contention. But if something happens to any one of those three, those behind, because Maxime Marion is now up into 4th place. Genesis Liveris, Simon, who has messaged me, probably it's long-winded, difficult to pronounce, but Genesis Liveris, 52.761 seconds from the 6:04, the 6:08, who rounds out the top 7. That's exactly where he ended up. There were a few post-race penalties after the pre-final, but Daniel Mahacek starts to claw away. Babahu sends it like Daniel Ricciardo up the inside of Kasper Bielecki, hard on the brakes at the last moment possible, and Antoine licked the stamp and sent it well and truly. Back 10 out of 16. Stalemate between second and third. Maxime Marion is closing though, however, 52.645 seconds. On lap number 9 out of 16, Charles Seguin has just gone fastest of anybody in sector 1 of 15.86 seconds per sector. That's impressive. Some of the drivers are running anywhere between the top part of the, maybe say the top 13, which has got Kylian Gerhardt rounding that out, anywhere between the high 15.3, probably a mid to high 15.5 per sector. So Daniel Mahacek from Austria leads the way. Jonas Riblack won this event last year in December at Portimao. And Liveris has lost the base. That is the 6:05 with David Maslakovic from Poland, who's gotten up inside of the Greek driver who asserts himself and throws caution to the wind. Oh! That was not what Maslakovic wanted, because someone else went firing up the inside, and I think that might have been probably the likes of Charles Seguin, Nico Yarg. Nico Yarg has climbed his way up the order very, very nicely indeed. Up from 16th position, he said, well, I had a bit of a bent chassis earlier. And he's driving like that. That just shows this is how much a grand finals ticket means to every single one of these drivers. 11 completed, 5 to go. Charles Sagan ahead of Nico Jog. Niklas Cranes up into P10. Ahead of Anthony Millet. Maslakovic now drops to 12. Mick Knowlton up into 18th place and climbing. Good to see Christopher Lejeune from Lebanon. The 610 up into the top 15 now, up from 22nd on the grid. Gap between Mahacek and Babahul is holding station at around just over 3/10 of a second. Bielecki is being pressurised now by Maxime Marion, who's about a 10th.5 of a second behind. 5th place, as always, running the French tricolor on the top of the crash helmet. Nicolas Picot, Zenterur, Dionysius Liveris, Charles Sagan, Nico Jog, and Pascrez round out the top 10, completing the top 20. Thompson, Millet, Maslakovic, Gerhardt, Bourson, Lejeune, Pinaretto, Ziders, Knowlton, Eisenberger, and Siemikowski. On to lap 13. Mahacek trying to break the winning streak. Now this reminds me of the performance he put in at Adria, and it was last year, I think. Was it the year? I can't remember. I think it was 2019. And it was against Alessandro Fardan, if memory serves me correctly. Fardan was the one that was storming, won all the heats, won the pre-final, and Mahacek did him on the final, took the top step of the rostrum. Right, Bielecki being passed by Maxime Marion for what is now 3rd place, and there go, oh, like a cheeky rat up a drain pipe, there goes Nicolas Picot up into 4th place. Brilliant move there. Picot always provides fantastic overtaking, least expected. So Mahacek now has just over 3/10 of a second to himself and Antoine Babahul. Nicolas Picot has set the fastest first sector of anybody in the race, 15.385 seconds. Now the top 2 have started breaking away, but is it going to be a case that Babahul is going to find it's going to be too little too late? Zenterur still battling away with DJ Liveris. That is over what is 6th position on the road. Mahacek now has a gap of about half a second. That's the window he needed to claw away from Antoine Babahul. Lap 14 completed, penultimate lap underway now. After this, one more lap to go. Mahacek went fastest of anybody in sector number 2 of the race. Nicolas Picot fastest at 15.385 in sector 1. That is incredible. You can see a few drivers who have, well, there's 96 French drivers who are out of the 216 drivers from 28 different nationalities here in Le Mans. Babahul will now get a sign which basically gives the French driver in the 602 the hurry up. And it's got to be a big one, because otherwise Babahul will lose that winning streak and Mahacek will take the glory and the prestige. Last lap board is out. Daniel Mahacek just over a kilometre away from international trophy history. Zenterur is battling away with the likes of Nico Jog. It's getting a bit feisty between the two, and just behind them is Niklas Cranes for 6:13, who rounds out the top 10. Checkered flag now being ready. Antoine Babahul up until this point was the person to beat, and one driver stood up and took notice, said, I'll give you a challenge. Out of the final corner, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Daniel Mahacek, who wins Le Mans. Well done to that young man indeed, a great guy, known him over the years. 6.5 tenths of a second. I have to say commiserations. It was a great performance all week long by Antoine Babahul, and France locks out the podium. And you know what? That is great. Picot and Mahacek giving each other high fives. That's what I love about the road tax racing family. It's all wore out on the track, but when things calm down, sportsmanship, respect, it's the future. So Mahacek wins the race by 0.65 of a second ahead of Antoine Barbaroux. Nicolas Picot in third, Casper Bielecki, Maxime Marion, Dionysis Liveris, Charles Seguin, Niklas Krins, David Maslakovitz and Anthony Millet ran at the top 10. Zendrua and Nico Jog ran at the top 12. The top 20 completed by Alexis Coursault, Kylian Gerhardt, Christopher Najane, Mick Knowlton, drive of the weekend in DD2, I think. 31st to 16th, well done, good sir. Luca Miroretto in 17th, ahead of Austria's Marcel Heisenberger. Chris Siders, Kasper Siemekowski rounds out the top 20, ahead of Louis Puel, Matic Kolmanic, Philip Loaka, Anshul Gandhi, Amaric Gerhardt, Martinas Tankevicius, Johan Andersson, Clement Daniel, Antoine Francois, Jan Frost with Jesse Spans and Cornelia Olkuka, unfortunately not making it end of the race. So, into the tram lines we head. Realets on pole, Farhin Mega alongside. We go into the tram lines. The revs do start to rise, but that is not a clean start. Race director Manuel Blanco has already had to instruct a red flag after 2 false starts for the first final earlier on today, which was for Minimax. So again, it's time to restart and refocus. 16 laps of racing, 22.144 kilometers. Who will get the ticket to Bahrain? Drivers weaving from side to side and getting themselves reset, ready to race. So once again, now get into formation. Kai Relets and Farhin Mega be controlling a rolling start. 34 drivers, 17 rows, 16 laps of the 1.384 kilometer circuit for Le Mans Karting International. So the 22 kilometers of racing action, and a further 22 kilometers a little bit later. Senior Rotax A final closes the chapter, the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. Revs rise. Again for the second final. And again, red flag has been pulled. And we already have one casualty in the fray, which is the 212, it looks like. Federico Slazal. Drivers will be instructed stop grid positions on the start-finish straight. Race director speaking to the pole sitter. Felix.
Green flag waves once again on the start-finish line, and we have our third formation lap. Lucky, we hope, good to see that over the moment, according to the official events YouTube channel, according to the best part of well over 320 people are currently watching. Well, make that has climbed nearly 350. A big thank you to you all tuning in over the course of the past 3 days. So top 10 in the Rotax final here at the International Trophy. Follows pole sitter is Kai Rilets, Jeremy's Fahan Mega in second, Francis Theo Blanc, and then it's a pair of Hungarians in the form of Adam Krepsik, our Piker winner from yesterday's prize draw, by Merit Kroza, Alexander Shelton from Latvia, Mattis Turlo and Job Riefeld. Got David Outledner and Colin Vajny. That's the top 10. So Strazari, looks like Jean-Paul Caras from Greece, will not take any part in this, so we are already at 32 out of 34 drivers. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green and we're off and away. And Kai Rilets keeps the lead as it's nearly 3 abreast. There's drivers going around the outside. Alexander Skelton, I think, was one of them. As it's side by side with, looks like Maynard Grozer has got himself up into 4th position. Byron Mega slipped to 2nd. Looks like Theo Blan's got on ahead, I believe, which is the case. Alexander Shelton won Minimax at this event last year at Portimao. So they filter their way up to the hairpin on the far part of the circuit for the first time out of 16 laps. Additional changes up and down the order, some going 2 abreast through the chicane after the hairpin. Very, very close indeed. Rilets has, well, that's a commanding lead and a half. The gap between Rilets and Theo Blanc is nearly 7.5 tenths of a second. Fahin Mega just behind the French driver in the 2.30 is in 3rd. Close up to Theo Blanc. Rilets hurtles his way through into the infield section for the 2nd time out of 16 laps. Through to the hairpin once more. Fahin Mega sets the fastest sector of anybody, 16.494 seconds for the young German. He's competed on behalf of Team Germany and won the Minimax finals at Brazil. Grand finals, that is, back in 2018. That week, so I was actually at home watching it unfold and I experienced my own first grand final back in Southernot in October of 2019. Fahin Mega goes for the move for 2nd. Gets the job done. Blanc slops in behind. Fahin Mega picks in a 56.543 second lap time on lap number 2 out of 16. We're on lap number 3. Now, I'm not at all surprised by this. Jules Roussel up 12 places after 2 laps from last on the grid, having lost the front bumper in the pre-final, given the mechanical black flag. Now up into 22nd position. So 2 passes, courtesy of the broken down parts of Federico Strazari, Jean-Paul Caras from Greece, not being at the start. Now the hunt begins. Now looking at it from this perspective, the 2 drivers at the front of the field, both are leading championships this season. Mega, by my recollection, is the RMCIT Germany Championship. As all, looks like one of the Polish drivers that started on row 5 is having a few dramas. Would be the 2.65 of David Outlander. Fahin Mega again with the fastest lap.
56.268 seconds. That now drops to half a second between him and Kai Illes. Theo Blanc gets a warning flag from race control on the naughty step. But he is being, he's got eyeballs on that driver. Alexander Shelton has gone purple in sector 2 with a 21.773 second sector time, and he's just put in the fastest lap. Well, Alexander Shelton has come alive in this one. 55.857 seconds for the youngster from Latvia in what is 5th place. His closing on Hungary's Maynard Grozer is about a 10th and a half of a second behind. It's closing up, it's being sort of pushed together like an accordion when it's being played. The top 5. That 5 out of 16. Felix gets his head down, as do the 4 behind. Quintet of drivers in contention. Alexander Shelton is sizing up Maynard Grozer for a potential opportunity of an overtake. Into the 6th lap out of 16. Felix's lead is just over 3.5 tenths. Bahrain Mega puts in the fastest lap, 55.493 seconds from the 2:17 representing Germany. Colin Vajny gets past Adam Klepsik for 6th place and has to make up 2.3 seconds as, oh, look at the train there. That's rather colourful, isn't it? And there are some that are going side by side, hurrah, through the infield part of the circuit, through the sweeping S-bends that we have here at Le Mans. And now the top 5 covered by just a shade under 1.2 seconds. Looks to be getting a bit closer. Felix still continues to lead the way. Bahrain Mega giving chase. 3.5 tenths between first and second now. Theo Blanc is still keeping the German driver honest. Theo Blanc now just sets the fastest lap of the race in 3rd position, 55.090. Sunshine starting to hit the track once again. Going down on the stars of the event, which of course are the drivers you see on your screens at home. 3-3 separates first and second. Come through, break the timing beam for the second sector. That now is 0.364. Adam Klepsik gets back past Colin Vajny for what is 6th position. Well, Vajny's actually dropped behind Matti Sturlo from the Netherlands. Now Theo Blanc has got past Bahrain Mega. Across the line once again. Felix lead now extends to nearly half a second. Maynard Grozer up the inside of Bahrain Mega for 3rd place and gets the job done, does the Hungarian. Mega looks one way and then looks to the inside going into the next corner. The pair nearly clash. Oh, the front bumper on the left-hand side of Bahrain Mega got caught up by the right rear wheel of Maynard Grozer. That could have been very nasty indeed for Bahrain Mega because that could have put the bumper aside from the kart. There goes Alex Shelton up the inside, now takes 4. Lap number 8 out of 16, so we're fast approaching the halfway point of this race. David Outleitner ahead of Nick Trobeck. Austin Lee has made up a couple of positions in the meantime. 16 to 14. Jules Roussel has gone up to the halfway point of the field by the halfway distance of this race. Just over 11 kilometres, and Roussel is flying. Carl Schultz sets the fastest final sector of the race so far, 17.221 seconds. Austin Lee, in the meantime, has got down to 19th position. Felix is being chased down by Theo Blanc from France. Maynard Grozer rounds out the top 3 for Hungary. Alexander Shelton from Latvia and Germany's Bahrain Mega. 5 different nationalities in the top 5, and Alexander Shelton goes purple in sector 2.
young Latvian, was in Minimax up until last year, won the international trophy at Portimao. Now he's having a bit of a dogfight because right on his back bumper is Firing Mega. Into the hairpin, off of turn one, they go. Shelton showing good composure in what is different level in comparison to what he's been racing the last couple of years. They've been running in the FIA Academy Trophy this season, as has another alumni of this event, Andor Weichselbaumer, who currently sits in 22nd position in Austria. Alexander Shelton takes a different line to Firing Mega. Mega thought the door was open. Shelton shut it rather firmly. Firing Mega looking up the inside. Oh! Sideways under braking. Firing Mega stops the kart on a sixpence. Gets through. Lap 10 now completed. Jules Roussel has done one of the best drives, I think, in terms of position acquisition. And has gone up into 15th, having now passed Alain Lampre for what is now the 19th gained position. Aaron Klepsik, who rounds out the top 8 ahead of Devin Ross and Job Riefeld. Gap between Theo Black in second and Kai Rilletz in first position. Gap now 1.8 of a second. We're about to conclude 11th lap out of 16. Across the line, 5 more to go. Gap now extends by almost double as Kai Rilletz puts in the fastest lap of the race. 53.970 seconds for the Belgian to 72. Alexander Shelton is also putting in some pretty good sectors. His fastest in sector 3 in the last lap. He's just gone fastest of anybody in sector 1 of this lap. Lap number 12 out of 16. Rilletz did say to me, as I mentioned earlier, like some of the guys from JJ Racing, just saying to me, just keep it smooth, keep consistent, don't lose your cool. And in Euro Trophy folklore, as Alexander Shelton puts in a 53.775 second lap time. In the current Euro Trophy Roll of Honour, there's 2 different drivers from the same stable. Anyone might remember Mike Van Vugt won the first 2 championships on the trot with JJ Racing in 2018 and 2019. Kai Rilletz is looking to emulate that feat, repeat it. If he wins the first final at Wackersdorf on the 5th of September, he'll win the Euro Trophy for the 2nd straight year. He's also leading the B&L karting series as well. Going to lap number 14 out of 16. Theo Blanc has not really had an answer at the moment. Tanja Jovanovic has tumbled a little bit down to 24th. Austin Lee, 22nd. Firing Mega has started putting down the hammer. 53.666. We've got a yellow flag waving. Tracted. Karol Kaminski has made up a significant amount of places, up from 32nd to 17th. There's the battle. What is the final step on the rostrum? Third, fourth, and fifth, being led by Mehmet Koza. Mega looking up the inside. Alexander Shelton waiting, biding time to make the opportunity count. Here goes Firing Mega up the inside of Mehmet Koza. Alexander Shelton looks to get through and does so. And what's more, he's really pushed the envelope with the young Latvian.
years of age is that young man. 53.578 seconds. Now he's gunning for a podium. So we're on the penultimate lap. Next time around, Kai Vilas will get the final lap board. It's the sign he's been waiting for, because now 1.384 kilometers remain of the Junior Road Tax final. Vilas leads by 0.8 of a second. Theo Blanc not able to respond at all, but Alexander Shelton wrestling with the steering on the kart for the 2:31. Trying to close on Fahin Mega. Shelton was slightly slower on the last lap. It's getting closer. Oh, we've had a massive incident. We've had a cart flip over, and Aaron Krepsik was involved. I think Devian Ross was one of them. Yellow flags are being waved. Aaron Krepsik has gotten going. I've just caught it out of the corner of my eye. So just a couple of corners remain, and it has been prophesied, so to speak. We were waiting. Marshall team at the scene for the driver that's been upside down as Kai Vilas punches the air. He now will represent Team Belgium. Celebrations in the JJ Racing camp. Theo Blanc rounds out the top two. Fahin Mega holds on to a podium. Alexander Shelton, a great drive from 6th to 4th, but came back through the qualifying heat stages. Vivian Hurst from the Netherlands, being attended to by the doctors, but Kai Vilas wins the race. Main thing is Hurst is up and running and on feet. That's the main thing. I'm happy to see that. But Vilas wins what was a dramatic end to the final. Kai Vilas punches his ticket and punches the air. He'll head to Belgium. He will head on behalf of Team Belgium to Bahrain. Theo Blanc, runner-up. Fahin Mega in third. Alexander Shelton, Maynard Kroza, Mathis Turlo, Colin Vajny, Joop Briefeld, Dick Trobeck, David Outleitner, Karel Schultz. Ghazi Motlikar finished in 12th. Jules Roussel with the most positions gained, I think, this week, 21, having started 34th and finishing in 13th. Alain Lanfray, Karol Kaminski, Olivier Jonkers, Jed Gourrier. Austin Lee finishes in 18th ahead of Philippe Armand Karas from Greece. Baptiste Levesac started 30th, finished in 20th position ahead of Valentin Hervat, Kimi Mariot. Aaron Krepsik, after that incident there, 23rd. Alvin Saint, Lars Venink, Nando Weichselbauer, Maxim Sechoko, Nemanja Jovanovic, Alexandru Volta, Evan Kishinama, Music Mark, Devian Ross, unfortunately, with 1 lap to go, and I think I did see Jean-Paul Caras, I believe, well, earlier on. Federico Strazzari, retiring, unfortunately, on the first lap of racing.
the circuit into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? We are green and off and away. And it's the Hunters going side by side into turn one for the first time. And it's Reese that gets the initial advantage. Zombor Kovac up the inside. Kai Hunter drifts a little bit wide as a result of that. And trying to thread the other needle is someone in the middle of the thick of it. Looks like the 404 of Nolan Lemare has had a great start already. Lachlan Robinson trying to go round the outside into turn 6. Trying to keep it pinned and gets the inside. And that was a great move. That was on Alexander Abkazava, I believe, in the 412. The elbows are out. Lachlan Robinson, if people might not remember from last year, oh, there's been dramas for Abkazava. He went grass cutting. Robinson was leading. Oh, there's been a bit of a tangle there. That's the 406 of Francis Killian Taunier. But going through into the first competitive lap, there are several drivers that have made up positions. Now, if anyone might remember, Lachlan Robinson led the final last year in Portimao. It was wet weather throughout the week, and it started to dry for the final, and he got caught out. He's a different driver now. Watch and learn. That's what he's been doing over the past few months. Reese Hunter setting the timesheets purple, 54.757 after the first of 16 laps. And a toe is rather important here. It's especially important if you want to find to the sharp end of the grid. Oh, Kai Hunter looking up the inside there as Zombor Kovac through the hairpin gets through to take second place back. Enzo Calderas sets the fastest first sector of anybody and is trying to close on Atul Hosh. Now the train is starting to get a little bit bigger. There's been a little bit of an incident I'm hearing on the back straightaway, 2 carts involved. There will be yellow flags coming out of the chicane from the hairpin. And Nolan Lemare is trying to go toe-to-toe with Zombor Kovac. Oh, that's the 414 that's out of this race. That's a real shame there. And that's on the back straightaway. 414 is... Oh, now. Right, full course yellow for the first time, and it's on the final race of the season. You know what this means. Things are going to get rather spicy, aren't they? Because this is going to concertina the whole field. Got to slow, they can't go at full racing speed, they've got to slow down, not go at full pelt. Now this brings another factor into the equation. The Hunters were leading, and it was 7.5 tenths between Kai Hunter and Nolan Lemare, who was at the top 3. Lachlan Robinson has made up 4 places, is up into 2nd. Maxime Serranzi up 3 places to 10. Mika Barthélemy, Sean Butcher, they've both made up 5 and 3 places respectively. And Erhard Turka rounds out the top 13. So Serranzi started 13th, Barthélemy 16th, Butcher 15th, Erhard Turka 17th. Jean Leneutre up from 23rd to 17th initially. Anthony Blue up from 25th to 19th. Got to slow things down. The drivers need to be aware. And there we go. Now what needs to happen is that everyone needs to get together. That means Reese Hunter needs to be just in front of the car. So it was actually the 474 William Gosselin. Louis Canal was looked to have been involved as well, I believe. I saw 2 carts by the side, one on one side and one on the other side, on the back straightaway. So it looks like the incident has been cleared. Right. On lap number 5, cry havoc and unleash the dogs of war. So up to speed, green flag waves, and we are off and back and away. So Reese Hunter leads, Kai Hunter in 2nd,
Lemare third. Kovac, oh, Roche nearly got a, Atul Roche nearly got a wheel on the grass, trying to fend off Enzo Calderas. Lachlan Robinson from the UAE is closing in, and Robinson has shown good pace through the early part of this week. Simon Gaspard has set the fastest first sector of anybody. So drivers up to full racing speed. Now the hunt begins because Lemare is going to try and split the pair of brothers, with Reese leading Kai. They're at the front of the field. Lap number 6, 10 to go. And at the moment, just looking a little bit further back, Lachlan Robinson is actually the fastest out of the quartet that you see on your screens right there. That's being led by Artur Roche. Zsombor Kovac looking up the inside, going into turn 4. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. That's going to allow Enzo Calderas up the inside. Lachlan Robinson gets through. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Artur Roche drops from what was 4th position down to 7th at the drop of a hat. Oh, and there's been a tangle. Luca Lystra, and was that Paul Fokema? That was the case. They were battling for position. That was for 8th on the road. So Fokema lifted up skyward with the rear axle. His backside will be feeling a little bit sore after that incident, I'm afraid. So Reese Hunter leads by just over a 10th and a half from Kai Hunter. Nolan Lemare rounds out the top 3. Zsombor Kovac, Enzo Calderas. There is Lockie Robinson, born in Kent in the United Kingdom. He's Australian. He's also got Latvian heritage as well, but based out of Dubai. I think both him and his parents, they definitely need a frequent flyer miles account with Emirates at the moment, with the way things are going, the amount of gallivanting that Lachlan is doing over this season in 2 championships. There are the top 3. Lap number 8 out of 16. We're about to hit the halfway point. And Nolan Lemare is fastest of anybody, 53.342 seconds as we head on to the second half of the race. And matching pace with the top 3 is Lachlan Robinson. He's 2/10 off of Enzo Calderas, and he's got a sniff at 4th position at the very, very least. And Calderas up the inside. Robinson really had an opportunity to go through that, but decided against it. Sean Butcher's made good progress as well. The Aussie, based out of London, running under a UK licence. I know his father Glenn is watching. Good afternoon, Glenn. Sean Butcher up from what is 15th position up to 8th place. That's a gain of 7 positions. Sunshine once again beats down on the circuit here at Le Mans. And it is the Brothers Hunter that lead the way once again. Lemare is the closest one to the pair. Lap 10. Robinson closing on Zsombor Kovac for what is 5th place on the road. And I think Robinson's made the move. Ehad Turka goes through on the 4:24. That is Mika Barthélemy. Robinson now in 5th place and trying to chase down Enzo Calderas. Ehad Turka up from 17th. Johan Neutra, who rounds out the top 13, having started 23rd. Fastest lap of the race, 53.311 seconds. That was a bit clumsy there, Zsombor Kovac, I'm afraid. Lachlan Robinson goes toe-to-toe, swings it back up the inside of the Hungarian through the chicane. Manages to slightly edge away by about a kart length and a half as Robinson. So 34 drivers still running. Fortunately, lost in the first lap of the race for the Canal and William Gosselin. Kylian Taulnier, gets the mechanical black flag. So Kylian Taulnier down in 33rd. That race has rather ended abruptly on lap 11 out of 16. Neutra again. This is becoming a repeat offence with Johan Neutra, always setting a fastest lap. It's not no one else like in the top 10. It's always going to be someone outside of it. Neutra is actually closing on Belgium's Luca Lystra. Had that little incident with Paul Fokema, who was dropped all the way down to 18th position, having started 8th on the grid.
As here comes Lemaire, splitting the two hunters, so becomes the meat in the sandwich, so to speak. Figuratively, not literally, of course. And then Kai Hunter up the inside. Oh, that was very close between the pair. But Kai Hunter back up the inside of Lemaire, using the counter-offensive measure through the slipstream on the start-finish straight. Back 12 out of 16. Reese Hunter still leading, has not put a foot wrong, and has won every single heat here in Le Mans. Lemaire looking, waiting for an opportunity there. Kai Hunter casually takes a glance over the left shoulder. Corner of his eye, he'll see where Lemaire is. So lap 12 completed, on to lap 13 we go. 4 including this one left. Here's a bit of a dogfight, Lachlan Robinson leading it. Now who is that behind? That is Sean Butcher. Now Zombor Kovac was a bit rambunctious, I think, there. Sean Butcher looking to get one side of him. Lachlan Robinson and Butcher side by side into turn 4 they go. And that allowed Arthur Horsch, and that's a bit of, oh my goodness me, what is Arthur Horsch doing there, I'm afraid? Trying to put the elbows out. That's now opened the floodgates. Robinson is having to drive to survive right about now. Arthur Horsch just basically barn rolled in there like the bull in a china shop. Ehad Turka now getting stuck in as well. That's with the 424. That's Mika Barthélemy. So through into the final complex. Looks like we have maybe had another incident. Yes, there is one yellow flag waving out of the chicane coming out of the hairpin. At the moment, Reese Hunter setting second, well, best second sector times. It's 3.85 tenths of a second. Let's go. Right, come on. It's been a long week. That's my excuse. There's Andrej Petrovic in the 435, battling away with the fastest lap charlatan of the weekend, I think. Johan Lenotre, who again has been setting fastest laps, but there's no purple laps this time. Lap 14 of the race. Oh, Ehad Turka hits the back end of Lachlan Robinson, and they both spin 180 degrees. Oh my goodness. That was, I think, a little bit untoward. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not going to make a judgment on that. But it was a bit too close for comfort. And that has put an end. Robinson down to 30th as a result of that crash. Oh, and we've had an incident off of the hairpin, off of the start finish straight. One car on the top of the other. Marshall's on the scene. And we are now on the penultimate lap. And now the gloves are going to come off. Wait for the big bonfire night style fireworks, because now Reese Hunter having to defend, and he's got his brother Kai, and here comes Nolan Lemaire. Here we go. Final lap of the weekend. Yellow flags, they can't overtake. So Reese, I think, well, Reese is okay. Kai just saw the yellow flags, reacted accordingly. As soon as they get through that section, it was game on. But that has given, I think, the biggest amount of luck for Reese Hunter that he's needed all race long, because Kai would have gone at it. Through into the hairpin for the final time of asking. Nolan Lemaire needs to start, well, should have started pushing about a lap and a half ago, I believe. Will be on the final step of the rostrum if things all stand as they are. A couple of more corners remain, but Reese Hunter has had the perfect weekend, and out of the final corner, he goes to Bahrain to represent Team UK. It's a 1-2 for the Brixton Senior Rotax, courtesy of his brother Kai. Nolan Lemaire, still a well-deserved third place, the final step on the rostrum. Enzo Calderas makes it 2 French drivers in the top 4.
Zombor Kovac in 5th. Sean Butcher ends up in 6th place after the incident between Ehad Turka and Lachlan Robinson with a couple of laps remaining. Atul Horsch, Johan Lenutter, the fastest lap charlatan of the week. Mika Barthélemy and Andrei Petrovic ran out the top 10. Luca Lystra, Valentin Gil, Paul Fokema, Artur Marcoux and Jolin Hakamier round out the top 15 places. Zino Kovac, Alexander Abkazava, Anthony Bilou, Tim Mario, Ehad Turka rounds out the top 20 ahead of Jan Bouvier, Vincent Bouteye, Noah Hip, Mario Sidler, Teddy Clinton, Maxime Soronzi, Simon Gaspard, Lachlan Robinson, Bendit Sabo, and Hugo Brun rounding out the top 30 that actually finished. Retirements from David Lackner, Tom Bilou, Arthur Renard, so it would have been Bilou and Renard, maybe Bilou and Lackner that might have had that incident back over there after the first corner. Kilian Tarnier, Chloe Canard and William Gosselin, unfortunately retiring on the first lap of the race.
Mais Diffusion, c'est le rapport 40. Non.
we were, we arrived. So the COVID was along with us, but no, they don't have the team obliged to call. They send someone with a scooter to open us. I was stressing because we went with Christopher, the commissioner, and him in his scooter.
I can keep by myself.